The name is Brandon Groce. And we are the Game Changers. Designers, creatives alike. We are in a world that runs on value. Our next designs will be the shiniest. Our next animation will be the most buttery. Ladies and gentlemen, Game Changers, let the games begin.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Back here again for day 2 of our November challenge. For those of you guys who did not come yesterday, this is the day to catch up on what we did yesterday and also to take our design into Editor X and make it a fully interactive website. So first off, I want to say hello to you guys and just welcome you. Other than that, what we're going to be doing today is actually we're going to just jump into the office. We're going to show you exactly what we did yesterday, and then we will basically export everything and start rolling into Editor X and making a very clean and smooth website. So let's jump in. All right, so yesterday we were working on, for those, first off, if you guys don't know what this month's theme for our challenges, it is basically a homepage for a movie website that you would absolutely love to see. And I need to turn down my music. Hold on, it's very strong in my ear. Okay. All right, so actually let me just go ahead and show you. So our theme essentially for the November Design Challenge is a movie website homepage. My version is going to be the Mario Bros. Or a movie or a website inspired by the Mario Bros. Movie website. We went over yesterday that the website, let me actually show you guys what the website is just again. So we had, let me do Mario Bros. Website. Their website is like movie. Let's type that in. Toonie, what's going on, homie? Glad to have you for day 2. But just how you doing today, my friend? A quick recap, like this is pretty much like the movie website. That's about it. And so we took the liberty of yesterday and Toonie involved with us. And some excellent teamwork from the group that came yesterday. We basically came up with this version for our website. So I'm super excited to pop this into Editor X. So really what we're going to be doing today is I'm going to be exporting literally all of the assets that we have here. And honestly, I feel like I might want to take some GIFs for, what's it call it? I might want to make some GIFs, maybe like 1 to 2 second GIFs, so that, you know, we can actually use those versus the what's it call it? The hard just the hard images. Kimberly, what's going on? And I also, Kimberly, I have to say thank you a trillion for the beautiful message that you sent yesterday. I'm glad that you know, you were able to get as much value out of what we were doing yesterday as you could, and I appreciate you sending the messages that you sent to who you sent it to. But you know, I was so tired last night, first of all. And second of all, I've been pretty tired today too. I didn't sleep too well, and I wanted to make sure I had the energy to give you the response that you deserve, because I just really appreciated what you did. So I just wanted to let you know that I'm not running away. I just highly appreciate you, and I wanted to be in the right state, right energy to give you the message that I wanted. So I apologize there. Lakshitha, what's going on? How you doing, my friend? Toonie says you're vibing. I'm glad you're vibing, man. It's Good Friday. We're hanging out, and yeah, we're gonna do some really fun things today, and hopefully that is going to be exciting for everybody here today. Because honestly, I've been thinking this entire morning. I was like, how am I gonna, like, I have no idea how long this is going to take to actually build an Editor X. That's the fun part, where you guys get to kind of see all of the mess and like how we get to where we're gonna get to. So that'll be fun. You were up till 3 a.m. doing the challenge, Kimberly. Holy cow! Well, I can't wait to actually take a look at what you sent me yesterday. This will be really cool. Maybe actually, I'll look at it. I was going to bring it up and be like, hey, why don't we just look it up, check it out on the live stream? And I was like, man, I always try to squeeze everything into the live streams. If you would like, after we're done with the Editor X stuff, and we have time, and I'm not dead because we're not running my mouth for another 3 hours like I was yesterday, then we can dive stuff on here. But if not, I will definitely take a look at what you have going on after this. Okay, so I'm going to just start exporting assets. I don't think I actually need to do this with the buttons, but what do you guys, so Kimberly, obviously you've been doing the challenge, right? What else have you been up to? Or what do you, my brain is not working, guys. Like my tea is full over here. Like I just got back from eating breakfast that totally destroyed my stomach. And I have a little bit of lethargy. Ugh. Dave, what is happening, man? How are you? Basically, in a nutshell, what I was asking is, how are you guys today? What are you excited about for your evening, this weekend? What are the plans? Obviously, Kimberly, it sounds like you've been digging deep into the challenge. So I hope you also balance that with some relaxation. All right, let's see. I'm gonna export this play button. So really what I'm doing right now, for those of you who are not familiar with Editor X, or excuse me, with Adobe XD, is I'm basically just going through all of my different assets and just setting them up. This little button that I'm clicking, it's marked for export. It's also Shift E. So basically I'm just clicking all my assets in here, doing Shift E so that I can eventually click one button and it exports. What I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna make this mask a little bit more tight. It just allows for easy exporting. So I set everything up. I'm gonna name these things. So this is the pipe. This is penguins. We don't gotta spell everything right. This is Bowser. And then, I don't know what this guy is, a Koopa? Yeah, time, because it's a building day, exactly. Kimberly, working on some big projects for my biggest client and finding the time to, ooh, snap, dig deep for sure. At the wee hours. I understand. My laptop almost dropped. Give me a second, guys. I need to like rearrange some of this stuff on my desk. But it sounds like you have been super busy for quite some time. I hope you're able to well, I know the speed of things, right? The glory of being able to just make really cool things, right? But I hope you also get time to relax, hang with the family, and kind of put your feet up. Let's see. Did I get this? Yes. And we'll call this menu. I'm gonna have to export this as an SVG, so I might do that separately. And I'll probably just create this inside of Editor X. And I'm gonna double click in this play button. All right, cool. It's already called that. Should be called Mario. And I'm also going to correct this so that we have the mask. I want what's exported to be very like exact, because when I start using when we get in Editor X and I'm basically like, hey, please center this object, it needs to be exact. Okay, just making it easy on myself. All right, so and then we are going to export, I think, this. I'm just gonna group this. And this will be the background. Dave says, it's been crazy. I just started a new position this week. I've been hit with mountains and mountains of info. My head is about to explode, but I need to keep up with this. Oh my god. Well, Dave, congratulations on the new position, man. What do you have the pleasure of doing? And I want to also grab this. So this is this rectangle. This is a gradient top. Also going to set that to Shift E to export. And there's a little bit of a bottom gradient here that I'm going to put. Gradient. There we go. Shift E. Bueno. Okay. So all I'm going to do here now is I'm going to go to File. Let's see. Maybe it is Object. Let me just do this. Let me click the artboard. File, export, and then I wonder what the batch does. I feel like that's what it is, but let's see. Selected. No. I feel like, let me look at this, because I know there's like a button where I literally can just batch. You can batch export assets that are marked. All right, perfect. That's exactly what we're doing. File, export, batch. We're gonna set them all to PNG, and I am just gonna go into this one in particular, and I'm going to right click, or I'm just gonna Control E, and I'm gonna set this to in SVG, and yeah, I'm just gonna export it there. All right, let me see. So we got our exports. My Alt tab is not working for some reason. Let's go ahead and let's get some Editor X, guys. Let's finally pop this puppy open. So I wonder why I think my Alt is just dead on my keyboard. Let's see if hopefully plugging it in, or unplugging it and plugging it back in actually does something. We'll see. So I'm just gonna create a new site. We're gonna do blank. All right, there we go. Yeah, my Alt tab not working today. And did Editor X just like, what's happening? I literally can't pull anything up. Alt tab, with Windows tab. That's not working. Interesting. All right, let's do this. I'm gonna close this. All right, that works fine. This works fine. I'm gonna do Control Delete. This is what I'm having to deal with today, guys. All right, let's see what's happening here. Where's Adobe XD? So I can at least, because I can't even right click close it. I mean, not that we need to really be in there anymore. All right, here we go. Let's just close that and task. All right, go back to the bros. And actually, I'm gonna set this to our default homepage, because I think I forget. I feel like all right, this is flow 1, but design. All right, whatever. Hopefully that makes, because essentially why I'm doing this is because on the, if I open this up, right? If I go to home, yeah, something is up today. I don't know what's going on with XD. But anyways, for those who didn't join yesterday, this is what, yeah, something is up. I can't even play the prototype. Oh, it was behind it. What was All right, yeah. So basically, what I was trying to do. So this is the Mario Bros website, but it's just showing a blank. So basically, I was like, well, that makes it very difficult to tell, like, like what the what pay or what project this is. So I want to set this to be like the home page, and I kind of actually forgot how to do that because we have flow 1 here, prototype. How do we actually set this to home? And I feel like this used to be like something over here, but I don't exactly remember anymore. Oh well. It used to be there used to be like a little home thing. Yeah, this actually should be it. But all right, let's see. So boom, pops up. I don't know why it pops up behind it. That's so weird. Okay, so this is what we have. Now, the way that it's supposed to function is a little bit different. So this guy, he is supposed to stay fixed position when scrolling. Yeah, I think something's wrong. Oh, it's the wrong one. Lol. It's this one. Click, fixed position when scrolling. The only thing that's wrong today is me. That seems to be the what's happening. All right, boom. Okay, so basically we're looking at this. You got Mario, boom, scroll down, and then we need him actually to go inside of that. What's we call it? That pipe. So we are going to set him, we're going to set this pipe all the way to the front. Play this again. I actually have to click on this. This is going to be so annoying if I have to keep clicking on things. And also this is supposed to follow too. I wonder why it didn't stick. Oh, because I ungrouped everything so I can, that's why. Okay. This would be grouped, fixed position. And then all this kind of follows. There you go. So this is what the website is looking like. All right, so let's go ahead and do this stuff. Now, oops, I did not mean to open that. I was trying to figure out why this stuff. Control, Alt, Delete. Let's try this one more time. Oh, it's already right here. Man, this is gonna be so annoying today, guys. I apologize. My Alt Tab isn't working. The efficiency of what's gonna happen today is gonna be a little off, but we're gonna roll with the punches together. All right, so this is doing a little something. I don't know what it is, but I would like it to kind of go away. All right, there we go. And let's go back to Editor X now. All right, finally, Alt Tab is working. Thank the Lord. And we have our picture here, which is great. Okay, so I'm gonna close that. Let's go back to, I thought I already had the project open. Apologies. All right, let's go in here. And I'm just gonna keep open this for reference. So press play, boom. There we go. It's actually playing in front, which is good. And I'll just leave this open on the side of my computer so I know exactly kind of what we're working on. So the first thing I'm gonna do is I am going to add in all of our elements, our assets, everything that we've exported. We're gonna get our fonts and everything in here as well. So let's go ahead. I'm just gonna start off with the fonts. So I'm just gonna add a quick title. I'm sure there's other ways of importing here as well, but I always add a title. I go in here and then I upload my fonts. And so the fonts that we brought in yesterday were called Ron Rounded. So I'm gonna upload fonts. I'm simply just gonna go to my downloads, Ron Rounded, in here, and I'm gonna upload all these puppies. On top of that, we have, I think we have product sans, which is fine. So I'm gonna get my font in here, It's going to be a little bit of a wait. Hopefully, I wonder if I can close this and it's just like, it'll be fine by itself. But I have no idea. Tooney says, what does an SVG do? So an SVG essentially, or I'll talk about it here while all this stuff is loading. So Tooney's asking, what is an SVG? And honestly, I don't know the technical definition, but I'll tell you why we use them. So a PNG is basically, SVG is something that is vector and that holds almost 100% like crisp edges, and it's how do you say? It uses not pixels, but almost like data to basically have very clear and precise imagery. Whereas a PNG uses pixels, where it can actually lose quality as you zoom further and further into an image, right? So whereas a vector image, it does not lose quality. So SVG we use especially in web design because one, it's much lighter on actual load speeds because it's just purely data. It's not processing a huge image. So it helps with load speed, and it also helps with, yeah, it's just an optimization, quality. I think those are the two main things: optimization and quality for a website, especially with icons. It's a lot lighter, and the speed of your website is a lot faster, which we care about, right? We don't want to have like the bigger the image. Like for example, when I put this background image behind our homepage, like that will take our website a lot to render, versus if it were somehow an SVG version of the image. Although I don't know how the SVG version of the image would actually work. I think it would take a lot of time to produce that. So, hope that helps. That's how I understand it. But if you're like, okay, kind of makes sense, but also does not make sense, like Brandon, clarify a little bit more, I totally can. And also with EditorX, specifically with menus, they only take SVGs. So I'll show you that in a second. Like they won't take PNGs. So I'm gonna let these three, what's gonna call it? Let these three more fonts download, and then I'll show you why SVGs for menus in EditorX. By the way, were you able to do? There you go, Dave. That's the big word. Rasterize. Vector-based is SVG, and the equivalent is a PSD and AI. Adobe Illustrator, essentially. But thank you, Dave. See, this is teamwork makes the dream work, guys. I give my blatant, bland version of it, in which how I understand it and how I use it, and you guys come in with the trueness. All right, two more. I probably didn't even need to upload all these, but it's nice to just do it once and you have them, and if you want to use them or you find, it would actually be cool to use, a rounded one, they're there for later. All right, one last one as I stretch my patience to the limit. I'm like, this could not happen any sooner. All right, cool. So hit done. Closing this pen. Never mind. Yeah, we didn't do that. Okay, so this is the logo, right? It says change vector art, just like what David was saying, right? So I'm only allowed to change out the menu with vector images. So I would actually have to go here, upload from computer, and I would need to go to, do I have Dropbox open or did I close that? I did. Hopefully, I'm gonna have to open Dropbox, and let's just hope that this does not kill my system. If it does, just bear with me. Yeah, Kimberly is spot on. Yeah, both of you guys. SVG is a scalable vector graphic that allows for clean and load and crisp quality graphics. Exactly. But they don't always play well in EditorX. This is, yeah, depending on what you're doing, they don't always play well. All right, so let's see. I uploaded all of my assets to Dropbox, an editor from Adobe XD. And let's see. Okay, so I'm going to, so this is our SVG, this is the menu. And you can see like this is the PNG one, this is the SVG one. Okay, it says it's even called an HTML document. So I'm going to open that. And we're going to set this as the page. So it's now white, and I can actually, I'll be able to scale it. But let's see. Let's actually, so what I think I might do, I don't know how I feel about it yet. I was almost thinking to not have this navigation here. So I'm just going to kill that first. We might bring it back, but we have our font in here. But now let's go ahead and add our assets. So, or our media, excuse me. Boom, upload media, upload from computer. We're just going to upload all these puppies minus this menu here. And we don't need these thumbnails. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. But yeah, I think this, like, I'm so excited to be able to, this is the wrong one. I'm like super excited to actually, I don't know, I really enjoy these things, like actually being able to like messily do this and not be perfectionist, kind of like you have to do in a tutorial where we can edit all of that perfectly in the back end. But you know, I think this project is going to be really cool. I can't wait to actually have it done. All right, so what we're going to do first is we want that big old background. I think I actually need to export it properly. So I'm going to, yeah, we didn't export it. I'm gonna export this as a JPEG. Perfect. Import from computer. We're gonna grab this background image. I actually need to crop that. So I am very quickly, what I'm doing here is, so if you guys see this, right, you can see like there's that blue and then there's like the outer edges. We don't want to have to deal with the math that is going to be required to do that. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to XD and just make my, what's it gonna call it? I'm going to make my asset more accurate. So I'm going to create almost like a mask. Okay, I'm going to make it the size of my entire canvas. Length and width, just like this. And I'm going to select my background image, my background group right there. Right click and mask with shape. There you go. So now I can set this to the back. And now we have a, I'm just going to call this masked background. I can go here. I can now export this. Export selected. Perfect. Now I can go back to Editor X. And I can upload it. See the difference? Masked versus not. Too much. I'm actually just going to delete this. We don't need all that. So, boom, mask background, delete everywhere. Open. Perfect. So I'm just going to pop this in first, and then we'll get everything else into place. So the first thing I want to do is I actually want this to, I want to stretch this. And, or actually not. I'm going to set this to height 100%. And I am actually going to set this, what's it gonna call it? I'm gonna set this section, instead of a minimum height, I'm gonna set this to none. And I am going to set, let's go to my section here, let's get the image. For now, I am gonna actually grab the height from here. Okay, it's 5019 pixels. So I'm gonna set this image to a height of 5019 pixels. I'm going to set the width to be 100%. And let's actually, okay. So just like we saw yesterday, this is, let's actually take a look. So this is cutting off a little bit. Let's get the width of this, 1920. So instead of 100%, let's just do 1920 for now. We'll work, woo, 1920 px. We'll worry about the, we will worry about the actual sizing later. Let's see. Yeah, we do have some, whatchamacallit, we have some overcast. And it looks like there's like a line straight through here. I don't know what that is. Oh, I know what that is. Okay. Or we'll just set it to 100%. We'll deal with it later. Let's see, scale proportionately, what does that do? Okay. All right, we'll work with this as we go. The thing is, though, this is centered, which is good. We can start working off of here, and if we need a more crisp image, which we probably are, because there's a lot of artifacts back here, we can, we can fix that as we go. So let's see here. What I'm checking out first is what we need is we have this section, but we need multiple sections in this. So my goal here is I probably want this image in the background, but I'm probably gonna have to have, let's see what we can do here. So I want to separate this, right? We have a background in the back, but we also need to have like one section, for example, that has 100% VH, where it's literally this, right? So let's begin with section. I am going to quick add. Actually, where are the grids? Here we go. Let's do rows. So I'm going to add a row. We have 2, 3. I'm going to do about like 4 of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6. We'll do 6. Okay. And so I should be able to see them right over here, but they're very faint. Let's see. Actually, where are they? Image section. Something isn't right. Oh, here they are. Got it. Okay. I'm going to select my image, and basically it's only in the first grid cell. I'm going to basically separate them evenly throughout all of these. And so now what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go back to my section, and I'm going to make it so that these rows, they are all equivalent. So let's see, how do we do that? This is 1 FR. We're also going to set this for right now to a fraction. We're going to do 1 FR. And I've gotten a lot of questions as to what FR stands for. It does stand for fraction, but do I know mechanically what that means for EditorX? Not exactly. I just know if I use 1 FR, it kind of does the math and says, okay, well, we have all this space in the section. There's 6 rows. Well, if it's 1 FR, if one of these sections is 1 FR, we're basically going to do the math to fraction out equivalently. Each row is going to be 1/6 of the section height. So rather than me trying to figure out how long is our section, 5019 pixels, what is that divided by 6? I don't have to do all that. All right, let me do. All right, so let's get in here, and I am actually going to set this to layers section. Instead of 1 FR, I'm gonna actually set these to 100 VH. There we go. I'm just gonna copy. Boom. Boom. Okay. So, first step is I'm gonna just pull in. I'm gonna take this photo, and I almost want to, because in this image, right, it's a little bit higher. So I want to, let's try a couple things here. Let's see, let me reset the image. Let's see what that does. The width, let's set that to 100. Maybe what we'll do is we'll select the image and we will give it a negative. So we'll pull it up. So 100 pixels. Oops, negative 100 pixels. Maybe negative 200, something like that. maybe -1. Maybe I'll do -120. Okay, but let's start getting other things in place. So one of the first things I want to do is I want to make sure I'm in my section. I want to start creating containers here. So I'm gonna get, where's my quick add? Quick add, I'm gonna get a container here. And where'd it go? We're gonna place it in our first grid cell here. We're gonna scale it. We're gonna take the background off here. Now the reason I'm gonna do this, right, is because we've set up all of our sections, but now we are going to use this container inside of this section to actually give it even more grids, okay? Because there's a couple ways you can do this, right? I can continue to, with this section, I can give it more rows, more grids, more blah, blah, blah. But honestly, it's just, some people can do that, but for me, I am just trying to be like, okay, we have one set of grids, the rows on the section, on the main section. In this container, I'm gonna have very specific other grids that are only specific for this section. And I can just, it's easier for my brain to format. But no, my way is not the right way. There's other people that also just would take this section and put everything on there. All right, so I'm gonna take this. Let's go ahead back here. So we're gonna have about, I'll probably make, I'm just using this for my brain. So I wanna make probably gonna make 1 row, 2 rows, 3. Or columns rather, something like this, so I can fit all this. I could also, instead of doing 3 rows, I also could do like this, like this, and like this, right? That's totally doable too. But I would rather just do the 3x3. Okay, so I am going to now just pull in some of our other stuff. So I'm gonna right click, quick add, and grab a shape. Or actually, let's grab our menu. So we'll go here and we will grab menu and search. And I'm gonna go to my mobile menus down here. It doesn't matter what they look like because I'm gonna change it anyway. Change basic shape. We're gonna go to my site files. We're gonna grab my menu something. Menu SVG, there we go. Perfect. I'm gonna actually check what size this is. So I'm gonna remove this. This is about, I wonder if we can just do 50, 85. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna set this to, whatever. Boom. Let's do 45 by 45. Okay. Or 46 by 46. That works. We're gonna make our button. Right click, quick add. We'll get a button in here. And let's start making the changes. So let me actually grab what this color is so I can actually F4. All right, I'm gonna add to my palette here. There we go. And we are going to put, this is buy ticket. So change text, buy ticket. There we go. And let's actually change the font of this. So text, not Poppins. We want to set this to, this is Ron. No, I think this is product actually. Product sans. Let's see if we have that. Product sans bold. Excellent. And I am going to just make this all buy ticket. Perfect. And let's actually see the size of this. Let's go. It's 216 by 66. Let's go to our sizing width, 216 by 66. 66 pixels. Minimum height, we're gonna set this to none. Minimum, oh, that's minimum width, lol. So this is the width. Minimum height, 66. All right. So we've got our buy ticket button. We have our menu. We're gonna right click in here, quick add. We're gonna grab an image, change image, and we are going to pop in our Mario Bros logo. We're gonna click this wheel here, reset image, just drag this where it needs to be. We're gonna bring in Mario, same way, quick add image. And we're gonna grab our, I'm gonna export him again. I don't know what I did or why he looks that way. I have a feeling it has to do with his drop shadow that I might have not exported well. So I'm gonna export him one more time. Quick upload from computer. Yeah, because if you guys see, he's got like all that shadow by him and it's like cut off. So I'm gonna move this one to trash. This one has a nice shadow that's not cut off, so we'll use him. And anytime you pull in something to Editor X, like especially an image, they kind of come in cropped like this. But how to undo that essentially is go into the settings and you just reset image and it takes the aspect ratio of the asset. Okay, so I'm gonna center him properly. Okay. Let me just preview this real quick. So I'm feeling I want to either squeeze this or squeeze Mario down. It's Mario out here looking real big. All right. Center this using my alignment tools. And I think what I'm gonna do here, if we remember yesterday, I feel like we did a little bit of a, oh, we actually went outside of the grid, just a little bit. So I'm going to figure out, this is 80. Okay, so I'm gonna go to my container here and I'm gonna go to my inspector here and I'm gonna go down to the padding and I'm gonna do 80 pixels on the left, 80 pixels on the right. That way we have, I can just rest my icons literally on, and we have 90 at the top. So I'm gonna do 90, top is 90, perfect. So that those rules are already set and I literally can just make this hamburger menu and all the other assets kind of just like lay here, rather than kind of like making new rules for each one of the elements in the container. If you guys kind of catch my drift. If not, let me know and I'll try to explain. But it's easier to have set this and basically make a border and then just rest these elements on those things. What's interesting here is though, is if you see this menu, if I zoomed into that, there's a little bit of space at the top of that. So what I would do, like there's just empty space. So I'll go into the margins and I'll do like -5 pixels. And just move this up incrementally until the white, I think it's like -10 px, until like the white of the hamburger actually touches here, because I have to account for all that extra space for the lining. Okay, so we have Mario. What else is going on here? Dun, dun, dun. All right, what do we need? We need the Nintendo. So let's go ahead and quick add. Let's go ahead and add our images here. Wixfix, what's going on, my friend? How are you, my dude? Glad you could stop by and hang out for a little bit. How are you? We need to grab Nintendo and Illumination. So double clicking them both, Control E, export them as PNG. What are you excited about your Friday, my good sir? Your Friday, your weekend. What's happening? All right, so I'm gonna pop both of the. I'm gonna pop in Nintendo first. Oh, did I export these? No, they're fine. Boom, reset image. I'm gonna actually make these the proper size that I exported them as. So let's go in here. This is 184 by 45. Inspector panel, width 184, height 184 pixels. And I will just leave it as 45. Let's see, height 45. 45 pixels. Wixfix, looking forward to seeing how I build the design. Well, my friend, let's hope together that it turns out as expected. I literally have not done this, so you know we're all gonna see how the sausage is made today. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's see. I'm gonna do a little bit of a old school thing because I don't feel like properly measuring. All right, what is this? This is about. Let's just give it 50 pixels from the bottom. So it sounds like you have a pretty chill day then. You're just hanging out. All right. It still looks a little cut off to me. I think maybe what I'm gonna do here is I don't know how to make it not seem cut off. Ari did tell me at one point, he was like, try to export things in positive numbers or divisible numbers, or else you will get things in Editor X cut off like this. So let me go ahead and change. I'm gonna upload the Nintendo again. I know I kind of like misrepresented the aspect ratio. Like there we go. I don't think it's cut much better. Okay, so I'm gonna Control D, duplicate that. I'm gonna go ahead and change this, and it will be Illumination this time. Let's go ahead and not crop it. Reset the image. And I am going to just drop it, align it to the right. And how much was it from the bottom here? We did about 50. So I'm gonna just copy this, come back to Illumination, and I'm gonna do the same thing. So 50 pixels from the bottom, and I think that should be fine-ish. Now let's double check let's move this. Let's take a look at the size of this. So this is 20 bold. Let's go in here. Let's see the size of our text here. Text, size 16. Let's pump this up to 20. There we go. And now what we're gonna go ahead and do is we're gonna set this stuff a little bit to, oh, we have one more thing. So I'm gonna duplicate this button, okay? Bring it here. I am going to, actually, I'm gonna do a new button. I'm gonna find a button that actually has an icon. So I'm gonna grab this styled button here. I'm going to set it to, what are we looking at right here? 222. So I'm going to go to my inspector, 222 for the width. For the height, we're looking at 66. Perfect. And I'm going to center align that. Now with let's go to the color. So I'm going to take this off. Background border, we'll set this to 4 pixels, and we're going to set the color to white, and let's do My brain. Guys, I'm actually curious. Would you guys rather me like do story time while we do these things, or like literally narrate while I'm doing these things? Mr. Joker says, make 3D website, my friend. Most definitely, I would love to. But what kind? If you were to be, what would you be interested in seeing? And have you heard of Spline or played with Spline? I'm gonna type in the font. Let's see. How do you use product? LMNOP. Where's product? That's so weird. Oh, here we go. Product sans, we'll do bold. Brandon Flowers, what's going on, my man? I like narration. These things we think about while designing too, LOL. It's totally, it's just like, I like the, wait, hold on. I like narration of like what I'm doing, or narration of like a day in the life and literally all the random thoughts while designing. Which do you prefer? Because like I enjoy the back and forth conversation. Like I personally, I'm like, damn, this guy has literally just been telling me about all the Control Z's he's been hitting, yeah, just like Control Z, Control E, Shift E, blah blah blah, and I'm just like, that is so draining for 2 to 3 hours straight. Not only for me, but to listening to that, I'd be like, but I guess it's a balance. But is that kind of what you're saying? You'd rather the narration of just like what I'm doing, like a tutorial, or just like, you know what? My cat's meowing. Y'all have cats? Do you have pets too? How do you feel about your pets? Is that like, which one? Oh, okay. So you don't want to hear about my pets? Okay, Brandon, I hear you. I will make a concession. All right, so let me see. Play trailer. And Brandon, where did are you from our Discord channel? I feel like this might be the first time I feel like I've seen you in the chat. Let's see. Unless you've changed like your icon. All right, I'm gonna change this icon from. Oh, it's a play button PNG. I also need to export this. Control E. I'm gonna send this to his SVG. Export. Oh wait. Hold on. You're from the Discord. What's your Yo, hold on. Brandon. You have the anime you came like 3 weeks ago. Rudy says yes, we know your pets. Well, but Rudy, you get enough of that in what's it call it? It's under High Life Web Design on Discord. Well, you know, hold on. I feel like it might be more than one Brandon. Well, let me see this. Have you been in our design and chat things? I feel like because hold on. I'm crossing wires here. Because we met a Brandon in design and chat, I think last week or the week before. And you got to meet everybody, and we were like, wow, you are super awesome. Let me see. Let me open the chat here real quick. Trying to recall. That's a lot of text to go through. Oh, word, man. Well, I'm glad to have you here, man. I was curious. I was like, are you that Brandon, or are you another Brandon? But I'm glad you follow along, and you find the stuff that I do valuable, or at least helpful. Out of curiosity, what got you to end up watching these in the first place? How did you find it? Was it Editor X stuff? Was it Adobe XD stuff? And let me see. You said High Life Web Design. Boom, boom. Oh, I got you. BJF, High Life BJF, my man. He said probably not you. Seeking mentorship with Editor X and Velo. Well, man, that's cool, dude. Cause I was like, I wonder if you're that branded, and it's cool to know more branded. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. I hope I can't say what did I just export? What is this? This is an ellipse. Play button. Is this the correct? All right, it's this one. There you go. Open. But I hope you're getting the Editor X stuff from me, from the Velo people. Why can't I upload? Vector cannot contain an embedded image like a. That doesn't make any sense. All right, let me delete some of this stuff. Let me delete this because I'm getting confused. It's trash. But hopefully I'm holding up my end of the bargain is what I'm saying. And the SVG stuff, you know, I hope you're able to get from a lot of the other people in our community. Trying to build that up so I don't have to. There's more smarter people out there than, you know, it's just me. So let's see. This is the PNG. Okay. This is the play button. That is the SVG. Let's open that.
We've got some fresh
Oh,
new young talent
I don't understand. A vector file cannot contain an embedded image like a JPEG or PNG. Oh, I see. This isn't really an actual SVG. It's a PNG. All right, what can we do? I wish I could actually. Let's see. Are plugins available? Why aren't the plugins like actually working? Let me do this. I know that's gonna end up blowing up my internet. I think what I could do, and I really don't want to, is just make a. I can make a custom button, but I'd prefer not to. So I have this, right? I can do the same thing. I'm gonna go ahead and make a quick add. I'm gonna do a container, and I'm basically gonna turn this container into a button. And this goes into other things, but essentially this is how you make a custom button, which is still a good thing to know in Editor X. So I'm gonna go ahead and make this a 2x1. I'm going to set the background color to 0% opacity. I'm gonna right click, quick add. I'm gonna go and hit an image. I'm gonna place it on the left. This will be our icon. And we will do, let's see. We're just gonna upload. We're just gonna get the play button, the actual just PNG. Settings, reset image, get the aspect ratio that's correct. We'll scale it to, let's see, this is 42 by 42. So we're gonna go to our, I'm gonna make sure this is 42 pixels. Perfect. By height 42. And I'm gonna set that to the far left and center of this section here of the container. Now instead of one fraction, right, I'm gonna set this to, oh, I gotta sneeze. All good, Toonie. You had to take a dip. It was because I was so tired and you were like, Brandon sounds real tired today. He's making me tired. I got to go. So it's all good, man. I totally understand that. All right, so this max content, I'm actually gonna undo that. I am going to set this from 1 FR to max content so that that grid just becomes the same size or the same width as this little button icon here, which is perfect. I'm now going to add quick add. I'm going to do a paragraph. I'm just double click in here. I'm going to caps play trailer. And I am going to set everything to, let's call this product sans bold. And let me actually select it. Product sans bold. We're going to make sure that it is a white. Perfect. And we are also going to set this to max content so that that width of the container that's holding the text is equivalent to the size or the length of all the letters. I'm going to set this to left align. This other half of our container here, I'm going to set this to max content as well. And now this whole thing, so we see there's a little bit of a sizing discrepancy. So we basically told, hey, left section, be the same size or the same width as this icon. This other one, I'm saying, right, I said, hey, right section, please be the same width as player trailer is. Now, this container that's holding it, right, we still have parameters here saying, hey, please be 68% of the width of this grid cell here, which is not what we want. So we want to actually set this to max content too. So this is 100% of that whole container fits both the icon and the player trailer exactly. But Toonie, see, I told you, man, you were like, you are not wrong. You were out here hella tired. As I slowly drink my black tea, my energy is slowly being restored. So, all right, so I'm gonna, this section, right, I'm gonna give this a gap of 10 pixels, which is perfect. We have some nice space in there. And now I am going to go to, I'm just gonna, let's see, I'm gonna create corners for, or a border for this container. So I'm gonna do 4 pixels. I'm gonna set it to white. Now this radius, I'm probably gonna have to set it to like 999. There we go. Now we have our circle, right? But we need a little bit of space so that our text and our icons can breathe. So I'm gonna click my container again. I'm gonna scroll down to the bottom, and I am going to do, first off, I'm gonna zero this stuff out because we don't need those. I'm gonna create some padding. So I'm gonna do about 25 pixels to the left. Oops, maybe we don't need it to do it on the top. And 25 on the right. There we go. Perfect. And let me just double check here. So we have about 13 pixels from the right and about like 23 from the left. So let's actually come in here and fix this. So we have 13 and the other one was, let's see, 23. So we'll do 23. But this is also why I like to design beforehand, because I actually get to be like, okay, this looks good. I am happy with how this looks. And when I'm trying to build it, what exactly does it need to look like? Like, what are the pixels, the aspect ratios, all those things that I need to make sure, like if I make something wrong here, well, let me go to their design. Let me actually look at the pixels and be able to fix stuff there. Okay, so we almost have this. I am not exactly liking how far down this Super Mario stuff is. So I'm gonna click this container here, go down to the bottom, and I'm actually gonna set the padding that we had from like 90. So I'm gonna set it to 50. So we're gonna push that stuff up a little bit. All right, so I am now just making sure all my stuff is centered. I think I'm gonna have to move Mario a little bit. I think what I want to do is I'm also gonna export a really tight version of Mario like we did before, right? So that we can, this is properly centered. So I'm gonna export this, Control E. I'm gonna do it as a PNG. I don't care, I'll do a JPEG, it really doesn't matter. because what I'm going to do is I'm going to Control D and duplicate this, change image, upload, and I'm basically going to create a guideline with our Mario guy. Brandon's asking, is that a third-party software for your wireframes? So I wouldn't say it's another party, it's another software. So I'm using Adobe XD. You can use Figma, you can use Sketch. You can, if you really want to, for some reason, use InVision, you can use InVision. But yes, essentially, I get all of my ideas out onto paper, essentially. For basically get all of my ideas out. Like if you were watching yesterday, like we had a whole bunch of iterations. Like we got some inspiration. We had a couple, we started here and I was like, yeah, you know what? Should we do left side or should we do center? And then that turned into, a little bit of this, which turned into, okay, well, we have something here. And we did, another version, a version with like big headings. So yeah, it's basically a place where I kind of do like my testing, and it allows me to iterate very quickly in terms of design and get a design direction that I like versus like going all in on a direction and just finishing it. So, okay, so we have Mario. I can actually center him. I'm going to set him. I'm going to turn the opacity of the image down. I'm going to select my other Mario, and I'm just going to line it up. There we go. That way, I know he's centered. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to say don't display. Perfect. All right, so we have our first part. Okay, so what we're going to go ahead and do is I'm going to set, as if you guys remember, right? All this stuff we want to have sticky. Okay, we also need to do this. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm gonna quick add, or actually I'm gonna go to my bits over here. Yeah, exactly, Adobe XD. So yeah, out of curiosity, Brandon, and even people who are watching, what is like your process for web design? Do you guys like just jump in Editor X, or you guys just start building a website, or do you guys spend a little bit? How do you spend your time? I would love to know how you guys work. And I think there's, I am showing you guys how I'm working, but I'm really curious how you guys work as well. I think it's really interesting to be able to kind of do what you guys are doing right now, like literally watching the sausage being made. It would be really awesome to kind of watch somebody design and see how they do stuff too, because I think that's how we learn. And I'm like, oh, I didn't know. A lot of the times for me when I do watch people and or talk to people about how they work, I'm like, oh my god, wait, you can do it like that, or that exists. So I think that would be very, very cool. So I think, all right, you know what, let's go to decorations. I'm gonna get a horizontal line, I'm gonna pull it out, and I'm going to set it to be white for right now. And reduce the opacity a little bit. I'm also going to set this to be all the way on the left, centered. And let's see how large this is. So we've got, oops, oh boy, 634. You know what? Honestly, what we could do is we could probably just say like, make the width 50%. Easy day. And got you. Which fix says for classic editor, I just jump right in. For Editor X, I design in Figma or XD. I think that's really curious. Like, and I'm Wixfix. I'm curious if you just jumped right into the editor. Is it because it's really easy and templatized, or is it more so because like the clientele? Because I was talking to his name is Ari and Laylee. They're in our Discord channel, and the reason that, because they also use the classic editor too, and the reason why they jumped right into, so they do it with Editor X too. The reason they jump in with their platforms immediately is because It's more so driven by the client's budget versus they would love to be able to jump in Adobe XD or Figma to build out something and then have to build that all over again in Editor X. It's like double the time when they can just jump in and just solve the problem and stay within budget and not burn a bunch of money. Is that kind of like the same reasoning, or you just enjoy? Because I enjoy the designing piece. This piece, I'm like, what Editor X facilitates for me is the ability to actually do the cool stuff that I've been designing and actually make it a thing. You know what I mean? Brandon is saying, typically build wireframes in the Editor X wireframe option. Wait, you can do that? And translate it into a bit more static than say Editor X or Adobe XD, but it gets the job done on a basic level. Yeah, I've seen some people actually do like, you know, wireframes in Editor X too. I'm like the guy that's like, I must get the box wireframes perfectly, which burns a lot of money. But the outcome is still delicious. And I forgot what the next piece of thing I was working on, guys. I apologize. And I appreciate you like the cleanliness, my dear friend Toonie. All right, so what I need to do is I need to basically position type. I need to make all this stuff sticky that we want to not overflow. Position type sticky, please. We'll make Mario sticky. I think this is what I was on to. We'll make Nintendo sticky. Oops. Position sticky. This menu sticky. Dun-dun. And you know what? Something I was thinking about. You know, I would like to have almost a different type of menu as we scroll down. Like it's nice that these will be sticky, but one of the things I really wanted to do was let's just say I make another page, right? Let's go ahead and add a new page, boom. Like we get this menu, right? Default menu. One of the things that I like about the default menu is this, let's see, overflow. I forget where the setting is. It might be, let's go ahead and do pinned, overlap next section. And you get like, let me go ahead and add an image here. Quick add image. Let me scale this. Okay. So we get this, and I'm gonna make this section just obnoxious. So I'm gonna set the minimum height to be 1000. Okay, I'm gonna go back here. And what I like about this, so this transition and fill color. So I can say, hey, when we scroll down, turn this menu and transition it into a white background, or let's just say red, or we'll just do blue to be silly. Preview, as I scroll down, you get that nice little transition thing, and when you go back, it disappears. I kind of want that. I think that would be a really nice transition, but I don't know. Brandon says, I've built hundreds of industry templates, so most of the time I can just apply client info. Got it. Yeah, so I think that's like, it's just the speed, right? So let me go to preview first. All right, Mario. And you know what? I don't think it's going to be sticky. I think it's going to be, oh, I forgot. I need these things not to be in the container. Let me think. Or actually, maybe what I need to do is not make these individual things sticky. Keep them defaulted. And what I do is I set this whole container as sticky. Let's see. It might not do it. Okay, awesome. There we go. All right. See, this is what I mean. We're watching the sausage being made right now, guys. Okay. So we got that. Now the only thing here is when we get to the bottom, right? How are we going to make Mario go into the how do you say? Go into the tunnel. We'll have to figure that out. We're probably gonna have to do something related to we're gonna probably have to put that tunnel on top of the section to kind of make that illusion. Okay, so we have this. Let's go to preview again. This is fine. I don't like, for whatever reason. Let me just publish this really quick. Yeah, Wixfix is saying for client projects is based on budget for which editor we use, but depends on the editor. Classic is similar to a design software where it's not a pain to change, whereas Editor X it can be annoying to change the design when the client's request. Yeah, man, it's like, you know, when you get more flexibility, you have more room to have problems, and I totally understand that. Whereas like you have okay, this looks a little interesting. This is just like, it's sitting back down here. This is sitting down here, and Mario is like way too low. But yeah, I feel like what you were saying, just like the Wix, what's gonna call it? There's not too much flexibility, so with those type of clients, you can just send off, go. You don't have to do too much customization. It's very easy, templatized, and it's good to go. And Manuel, good to have you here. Better late than never, indeed. I'm glad to have you back in one of these. It's been a long time, we'll say. I want to see. I'm curious to know if something is off here. So we have this minimum height here, 100%. Let's check my sections here. We have 6 rows, 100 VH, 100%. Okay. Let's go back to my container. I'm going to turn off this 50% padding. I'm gonna set that to 0 real quick. Preview. Okay. I'm going to do, this sucks. Because what I wanted to do is maybe just, what if we did this? Let's just look. I'm gonna do 50, I'm gonna do 50. Let's see what happens. Okay, for whatever reason, that worked out. No idea why, which is a problem. And I'm just gonna let these sit on the padding here. And preview. Okay. Still don't know why these are sitting comfortably right there when I have padding at the bottom. Edit. Let's do 0. Nope, let's do 100, but no. Let's do 50. And then I think these were, another 50. Publish. All right, well, we'll just work with this. This worked, and we'll just leave it like that. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and do one more thing over here. I'm gonna quick add. I'm gonna do a shape. I'm gonna change this to a circle. And for now, we're just gonna set this shape to just be white, okay? I'm gonna scale this down. I'm gonna keep it to be, what is the size of, what do we got here? So we've got 32 by 32. Inspector, 32 pixels by 32 pixels. Okay, I'm gonna go to this. We're gonna get a border. We're going to apply a border. We're gonna make sure that this is 100% white. Now the fill, we're gonna give it a little something something. There you go. Get a nice little. It's gray, but not. But we'll probably actually make an asset for this later. I'm going to select my line and my shape here. Use my alignment tools to make sure that it is centered. You know what I might actually do is instead, I'm going to just set this to white, right? And I'm just going to reduce the opacity here. There you go. Okay. Preview. Now the line is showing through. Don't like that. So what I might do. Actually, let's just make this a little bit smaller. We'll make it 24. And now this is something I don't know exactly. There was a Editor X tutorial by what's his name? He's in our channel as well. Ray Day. He's got an awesome YouTube channel, and he was doing something with a little bit of like a scroller like this. I haven't figured out how to do it just yet, but the plan was to actually figure out so that I could use it for this tutorial. So maybe that's something I will do. Maybe not today, but the plan is to actually do it. And the thing is that so the plan for this next week is to be able to actually, I'm gonna move this over like a smidge. Once I finish this week, the plan is to actually give this out, this whole template out to you guys, or people who actually have watched the tutorials and want to build this on their own, but also will come accompanied with the assets and actually shorter form tutorials that are much more succinct on how to build this stuff. So the plan is to get all build it this week, actually make content for how to make it in a more succinct way, because right now I'm just trying to figure it out since I have not done it before. All right, we'll just leave that white for now. Okay, now let's work on some of this other stuff. I'm gonna go ahead in this next section, and I don't think I'm going to actually use a container. I think we're just gonna leave it free for now. I am going, and you know, we might change that later, but I'm going to just start making things. I'm going to get our assets in here, so I'm gonna right click, make sure that I'm in my section, quick add image. Where's the image at? We're gonna put that here. There we go. Change the image. We're gonna get our Koopa. And this part is, I think, is gonna be pretty easy. I'm gonna get it to the correct size. And with these pieces, I think maybe what I want to do is maybe we will add another container, but the rest of the container will actually be, how do I say? The rest of the containers will be 5/6 of the section height. So let's see, and I'll explain what it is that I mean and why I'm doing it as I'm doing it. So quick add, let's go ahead and do a container. Let's make sure it starts in the second row here. I'm gonna pull it all the way down so that it spans across all of the sections. I'm gonna set this to 100%. Height, I'm gonna set this to 100%. There we go, so it fills all of that. Turn the background off. Let's go to my, here we go. And I'm gonna name some of these containers. So this is our main container. This is our hero container. This should be above everything. We have our second container, which is our 5/6 container. I'm going to take this image that we first did, and I'm going to pull it into... I'm trying to think. Was that smart or was it not? I'm adding too much complexity. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's just stick with this. So, what is the size of this? We have 537. Let's do 537. Copy that. PX. Oh, it's gonna be large. 530. All right. Well, let's see what happens. The reason I was trying to do the whatchamacallit is because there's different padding between this section that we have up here and then this section. There's about 138 pixel from the left versus where here it's I think it was only 90 or something, 80. Yeah, so it's a little bit of a different padding stuff. Okay, let's go ahead. I'm gonna add a make sure I'm selecting my section. Quick add. Let's do a title. Pull it up to the second section. We still got to figure out kind of what we're gonna say here. Double click in here, heading here. We are going to make sure that this is Ron and what was used here. Ron rounded bold. There we go. Rudy is asking, what is the YouTube channel name for the scroll bar? So let's see. I love editor X. Whatchamacallit? We'll just go here. So I believe it was a timeline one. Oh, here it is. I'll drop that in the link for you guys, or in the chat. All right, so heading. Let's go ahead and see. This is 69. Yeah, I think you guys actually pointed that out to me, which is funny. But it's a really good tutorial, and I meant to use it for this. All right, so I'm just gonna set this to max content. Let's see what else. I'm gonna do Control D. I'm gonna set this to. This is 29, and it's medium. Medium. And I'm gonna set the. I'm gonna set it to be a little bit gray. In our paragraph, we're just gonna right click. Make sure we're in the section. Quick add paragraph. And I'm just gonna kind of leave it as lorem ipsum. What is this? We have medium. All right. Ron, medium. And I'm gonna make sure I actually do that here too. All right. Set this to white. Anytime, Rudy. I'm going to not stack this. I'm going to put them in a container. I am going to do a 1x3. I'm going to put in to answer anybody's question as to why I'm not doing a stack is because when you start getting responsive and things, like stacks get wonky, and sometimes they only want to include, you know, 2 things versus including like all the things that you have selected. So I'm very simply just going to give my container max content so that it holds each one of these items very nicely. I'm going to remove any of the extra pixelation in here. And if I want to, I could go in here and basically just increase the gaps to control the spacing, but this is much easier and controllable versus a stack, which is, it's not, you know, it's not easily, how do you say? It has a mind of its own, I'll say that. Okay, so I am going to take this container and this image and I'm going to center align it here, and maybe I'll stack these because I don't really like, okay, you know what, never mind, I'm not even going to stack them because you guys see what just happened. They, like, I just stacked it and it wasn't being smart. So instead of stack, I'm just going to place in container, Alt-C, and I'm kind of do the same thing again. I'm going to do a 1x2. I'm going to place this image in the top part. I'm going to place this container in the bottom part. Okay, I'm going to set the minimum or the row height to max content so it fits exactly the height of the asset that it's holding. There we go. And now it's very easy to control. Container, there was no mishap. I can move all of it at once. Easy day. Now the only thing I probably do want to do is this section. I have it at 100% VH, but I think what I want to do is set it to auto. And basically telling it, hey, everything that is in, please make this section the same size of the actual assets it's holding. So now this whole entire grid cell or this section sort of thing is actually the full width or the full height of this entire asset. Now I do need to get rid of there's some height in here. There's a discrepancy. We have minimum height 960 or 916. I'm going to set this to none. And there we go. It gets rid of all that space, and this grid cell is now the proper height. All right. So now that's the easy part. Now all I have to do, I'm going to call this subheading. Okay, I'm gonna take this whole container. I'm gonna Control D, and I'm just gonna make multiples of these. Now, one of the things that I could do is I'm gonna add some space here. So what I can do is I can select the container, and maybe, no, that's fine. I'm gonna add a little bit of a gap. So I'm gonna add about 10 pixels, so we get maybe 20. So we get 20 pixels between the image and the text here. A little bit of breathing room, maybe 25. And I'm gonna create this as I can save this as an asset. We'll call this image and text. I'm gonna add this to Mario, saved assets. Wait. Hold on, let me press this. Oh my god, what? Okay. Whoops. I accidentally just dragged something. Let me Control Z that. Let's go back here. Let's click our container. Let's go to save asset. Asset name, text, plus image, Mario. I'm gonna add it to a new library. Mario movie website. And so what this is doing is I now kind of have an asset library, Mario movie, where I can pull out a whole nother one of these if I wanted to. especially if I'm on another page or because I'm on this page, right? All I need to do is select this, Control D, and I have a whole nother one, and I'm just gonna pull this down. I'm gonna bring it into our third section here, and I'm just gonna repeat. So boom here. I'm gonna make sure this, I only want it here. I'm gonna make sure this grid cell here, we have 100% VH rather than that. We're gonna set it to auto. And it should, exactly, it should expand height-wise to the exact same size as this content. Okay, I'm gonna do this about like two more times, and we're just gonna change the assets. And I also wanna be sure we have, let's see, pixels. Okay, we'll do percentage. 8.5% margins. Let's see. Kimberly, I'm glad this is your favorite song. Either that or the one that we just went through. But let me see. I feel like I need more of a better list. If you guys need to start curating lists. But I'm glad you guys enjoyed. A couple of you guys are like, I watch and I listen not only to your voice, but the music also in the background. So I appreciate you guys. Rudy's asking, why not add image to text grid container? I'm lost. Why not add image to text grid container? Oh, hold on. Let me put my T down somewhere where I'm not going to knock it. And I mean, you probably totally could, man. I don't think you couldn't, but for me, let's see. It's just like I want to be able to eventually, right? This, I want the text by itself, and I want to be able to manipulate and move that in future. Whereas maybe I don't want the image to maybe I don't want the image to come with the text. So for me, I'm like, image, text, two different things, but we can put them together, and it's just more so an element of future fixability, right? So my text will always be together, my image will be together, but I do a group in a group. It's kind of how I do it in Adobe XD, right? So I have my independent text, right? And I have my independent image, but I also have them as a group. So that's kind of just how I work. Let's see. Toonie is saying, what are you going to put in the subheading? My friend, I have no idea. We might honestly literally just keep it as subhead for right now until we figure out what exactly is going to go there. Maybe we'll get like some, we'll find like a lorem ipsum thing that I'll have to steal copy from somewhere. I have no idea where it's going to be. But Kimberly says, Anthony Lazaro, a tiny little fires. If yeah, this sounds like I'll get penalized. I think so. My video yesterday was actually penalized because we were using, I think because I had played the Mario movie trailer. It immediately was like, Yeah, so Rudy, essentially it's just future proofing, but you could totally say the way that you were doing it too is future proofing. It's just like, for me, it's how I like to work. You know what I mean? 8.5. So for you, it might not be future proofing. It might be like, why did I make it like this? So, all right, I'm gonna duplicate this again, and I'm gonna try to do this a little bit faster. So we're gonna do this in the fourth row. We're gonna left align. We have the padding to be 8.5%. Okay. And let's do, this is padding. Let's do margin, 8.5%. There we go. I don't know. That kind of looks off to me. Oh, I guess it's kind of the same. Let's check this. This is 267% or pixels in width. Let's see. I know this is going to be off. If I go to pixels. Okay, well it's pretty much smaller. Let's just preview this really quick. We might need to make these a tad smaller. Yeah. And these here is not making it easy to read. So let's go ahead and let's go to my layers. Let's make sure my hero section is at the top, so everything does stay at the top here. Yeah, we're gonna make those images just a little bit smaller. They're pretty big. I'm gonna set this to, and you know what? This is the thing. I wish, what I was going to do, I don't think you can set these to masters. Because the plan was, actually, let me see if I can do this. So I'm gonna set this to, see, 400. Okay, so I'm now going to copy element from breakpoint, learning stuff from Rudy. Cop from this, or I think it was Rudy. It was either Rudy or Dave. And I should be able to, I guess that's not working. Okay, let me go here, boom. Copy element from, no. All right, boom. From this breakpoint. Huh. That's odd. Let's try all breakpoints. Let's see what's going on. No, still have no idea. Tooney says YouTube really needs to work on that. Even if you play a copyrighted song for like 5 seconds, it copyrights the whole thing. Yeah, so it's all good. Yeah, I don't know, Rudy. Maybe you probably know better than copy from breakpoint. This element has the same layout and design on all breakpoints. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I get, like, this is the pain. Like, this is when I wish I had like masters, right? Footers. Let me see. I wonder if I can, because I know you can turn sections into masters, but I really wish. Copy from breakpoint. Ugh, this is such pain. Rather than having to go through all of these, right, and switching these to like 400 pixels, I wish there was like a component. You know what I mean? So if I change one, it changes the rest. And I'm also going to set these, because it's this is a lot of redundancy. I have to go in here, I have to do max content. I wonder why I did that. This should also be max content. Oops. This is the container. This needs to be, we're just gonna do a pixel size with that. This container, we're gonna set this to max content. Okay. Now this, max content. Okay. All right, so this is the cleaner one. There seems to be a little bit of extra space. Where's that space coming from? Might be the minimum height. Yep, set that to 0. Okay. Whew. Set this to the top. Duplicate. And then I kind of go through. You see what I mean? Like the oops. Like this is the stuff I kind of gotta go in and out. All right, so we're gonna set this to this one. Okay. Make sure it's 8.5% from the right. The bottom, don't care about that. We're going to keep it at the top. And let's see. Let's go to our section, auto here. Okay. Now there's some space. For some reason there is extra space being given right here. So we got to kind of troubleshoot and kill that. But I don't see it. It's not here. Huh. Minimum width. Yeah, I'm stuck on that one, guys. We'll leave it for now and we'll come back. But that's a little bit of a pain. All right, I'm gonna duplicate this one last time and I'm gonna come up in here. So we duplicated this. Let me undo that. Because I want to put this. All right, I think something is going on. Hold on. Container. Okay. We are in the proper. All right. Boom. This we can delete. Container. Top. Left. 0.85%. Rudy says, backtracking a little bit, and I'm no longer doing sites other than for work and me. I find EditorX more like hand coding, where Wix editor frustrated me to no end. Wait, what do you? What's the call it? What do you mean? If you can elaborate a little bit more on what you mean, I'm interested. But while you're talking about that, I really have no idea where this extra space is coming from. In these pieces where it's like auto. Let me set it to pixels. Let me set it to auto. Max content. What? Why is it even? It literally should be super, like it should stick to this. Let me double check to see if there's anything weird. Alright, so margin 0. Nothing. Oh, this is getting to be a pain a little bit. Let me refresh. All right, let's see. Nope, section is still doing something weird. Minimum width, height, auto. Section. All right, let's see. Yeah, I don't know, guys. What does min content do? Nope, definitely not doing that. Max content doesn't work. Auto should be doing its job, but it's not. Whatever, I'll center this. I'll center all of these. Center this one too. And then, so we have 1, 2, 3. And then we have just this. So this is, for example, Rudy, this is one of the reasons, one of the reasons why I like to do stuff like this, because this is a component that I use, right? Just like this. All I got to do is select that entire group, copy, come down to this next grid cell, paste. Make sure it gets pasted in the correct cell. Down here. And now I can kind of go in, type in release date here. Release date. I have my April date here. I can go in, it's 134 pixels, or not pixels, font height or size. There we go. I can make sure, I'm gonna set this, instead of max content, I'm gonna set this to pixels because I actually want this. Oh wait, I don't have to do that. I can just do max content. I'm literally just gonna double click in here. I'm just gonna hit enter. There we go. Force that onto the next line. Edit text. I am gonna go into the auto spacing of the line height. I'm gonna fix some of this. There we go. And now I can come in and I'm gonna go into my paragraph here and I'm gonna just add some margin to the top, maybe like 10 pixels to push it away a little bit more from, so we got, what is this? Oh. Yeah, basically, release date, exclusively in movie theaters. And this is 24 medium. Perfect. All right. So we got the release date. We're gonna put this, I'm gonna set this one to max content. All right, we're gonna set this to max content. Max content, max content, max content, good. Minimum width, none. There we go. Basically, when I'm doing all that, I'm just trying to get the boxes as, how do I say? As tight as possible. Okay, so all I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna just switch out the images, change image. We're gonna get Bowser in this next one. Or is it the penguins next? It's the penguins then Bowser. So update. And update. Okay. And then what we're gonna do is we are going to add in our section quick add, we're gonna add our last image here. Make sure that it's in our last section. And you know, it's actually Wixfix, if you're still here and you haven't departed, I'm curious to know, what are your thoughts between the classic editor versus Editor X, and your just your take, what you like, what you don't like, what you would prefer. Okay, so this is kind of what we're gonna do here. So we have this image, this is our pipe. And just like I said, why did I capitalize that? What's going on here? So we're going to keep the pipe in front because, and we want the hero container to be the second in row or in line, because we want, as we scroll down with everything, we want Mario to kind of go into the hole, just like that. And because we've measured everything out in Editor X, right? Pretty much, we don't have to do any of the math. We just have to make sure that, okay, well, here's all the sizes of the assets. Here's what they should be when we're in Editor X. And everything comes out to be pretty clean. Like, I think the only thing that we needed to adjust was the background and the size of these so that they're actually legible. And I'm almost curious if instead of I wonder if we should not keep these as sticky. Because this is Nintendo. Illumination logo. Because it does make things a little bit difficult to read. And I almost want this, right? I like the April 7th, but I almost want, as soon as we get here, like, I want it to be the hard stop, and I want Mario to actually be inside of this already. So let's try to do, let's do this. Let's just move this up. Let's move it up one. And let's move this to, let's just move this to the top. Let's see what's going on here. Okay. I'm going to shortcut this. Let's go ahead and I'm going to remove this section. So this 100% viewport height. I'm going to set this to, I'm just going to delete it. What? Wixfix, I 100% prefer Editor X. In the classic editor, I feel much more limited in my design capabilities. I love the true responsive options in Editor X. I'm with you. You know, I love the fact that a platform like this makes it so easy for designers to not only make things easier, but also, let's delete the row. And I'm gonna set this height to 100%. What's happening here? I am lost. Okay, so we're gonna set this to 100% VH. Okay. Alright, let's try that. Preview. Where did the background go? Alright, that kind of works. I don't know how I feel about the... Let's delete this footer. Let's do a publish and see what's going on. And I'm not gonna lie, Wixfix, the pipe idea was not mine. That was Tooney's idea. We were in here yesterday, and he was like, you know what would be awesome if he went into the whatchamacallit. if he went into the pipe. Now the pipe is, this is going to be, I'm trying to think. Oh, I am so, okay. So these were fine. All right, I gotta think here. My brain, guys. First off, I think what I want to do is create another sort of container here so I can actually control the size of Mario. So I think I'm gonna go to my padding here. I'm going to actually set this to 0. I'm gonna set the margin to be actually 50. Oops. Because I don't, you see how all this stuff is getting pushed up? I don't want that to happen. And that's happening because this section alright, let's do this. 0. Nope, I'm gonna keep that. This will be 0. And let's do, we have sticky offset. It has to do with this. And I want to do, let's do 50. Preview. No, negative 50. This is confusing for me. Like, it's great up here, but as we start scrolling, Rudy says adjust the date. Container. Position type is sticky. What does pin do? I think that puts it on top of everything, which I don't want. Pin to section. Let's just see what's going on. Nope. Pin to page. No. Let me Control Z. All right, let's go back to sticky preview. All right. The only thing is, I'm like, so the reason this happens, right, where it's like it gets pushed up, is because we have this section is sticky, and when we are doing that, right, if we go back to our section, we have six different grid cells, and as soon as this touches the bottom, everything else is going to get pushed up. And so I kind of have to like rethink here. I'm like, do I want instead this not to be in a container? Let's see if I remove container and I place this stuff in a container. set this to be sticky. Preview. Alright, so this kind of stays sticky. Alright, so let's I think we have something there. Let's go ahead and I'm gonna set, yeah, these are still sticky. I'm gonna set this to default. Set this to default. Let's see what he's on. He was also on sticky, which was a problem. Sticky, was this on sticky? That's on default. This is on default, okay. So let's figure this out. Let's go back to what Rudy was saying. Let's go to this offset. Let's go ahead and do 50. Oops. 50 pixels, preview. All right, so we got that. Now, all this extra space, I don't know where that's coming from, man. I guess that's the offset. Once we hit the bottom, the offset kind of goes away. Let's think. Yeah, because I did, this was really jacked up now. Alright, let's try this. Let's go in here, let's make it a 3x1. Oops. Or 1x3. This will be in the top. This will be in the center. This will be in the bottom. And all this, I'm going to just set to max content. I'm going to get rid of all the spacing. Set this to the top. What is going on here? He's got like, set this, we don't want that. We want it just specifically docked to the center. Oh no, I need to leave that actually. All right, let's set this to auto or none. All right, now I'm gonna set this to, what if we set the percentage to just 100%? This one, maybe I'll do min. Ay, ay, ay. I'll just do pixels. What if I just did fractions? Alright, this should be one fraction. This should be another fraction. 3 fractions. Height 100%. Check docking of the pipe. I'll have to check that in a second. This is just doing like weird stuff. Like, what's going on? I set this to 1 FR. I set this to 1 FR, and now it's trying to set it to 3. And when I when I literally set it everything to 1 FR, the height gets like super funky. Ugh. This is not what I'm trying to. Yeah, what the hell? Alright, we'll just set this to max content. 100% please. Thank you. Okay. This would be I'm slowly getting irritated. Alright. But Mario is to the offset isn't good. So let's go back. Set this to 0. Let's see, what is the... This is 50 pixels, so I'm gonna do 50 pixels from the top. Oh, you know what else it is? I'm so silly. It's from this too. That's getting. So I have to do a little bit of a. So the height of this should be 100%. Let's go back to this. I need to something happened and I have no idea what. Width 100% please. Alright, let's go to the crop. Let's pull this down. Alright. Let me go back up here. All right, so his head starts right about where the window is. So let me go back in here. Let's go to crop again. All right. Preview. Okay. So this we need to figure out. I have no idea why the pipe is going further and why Mario is continuing to go further. Obviously this needs to be just at the top. That fixes that in our layers, right? But it should stop right here instead of going one more scroll. So we need to figure that out. And after that, we seem to be, we're somewhere, guys. All right, because here it stops, but there's obviously something that is happening. So our image height is auto. What's going on with this? We don't need this, so we're gonna set that. We're gonna do a bottom dock instead. Let's check to see what the section is. So 100% VH. What if we did 90? Maybe 95. Now, for those of you who are like, Brandon, is this the right? Are you sure? Like, okay, 95 still makes it come down a little bit. Like, this is where I want it. Let's try 90 again. Essentially, like, I don't necessarily know what I'm doing. And I'm literally just trying to see what is working and what isn't. Let's try 93. Yo, what's going on, Greg? Glad to have you back, my friend. Rudy is saying, check your grid rows measure. I find if I delete a row, it adds space to the row above. So I did delete a row, but it's gone. And I don't know where I would get or be able to edit that information because it doesn't exist any longer. Let's see. Scale proportional. Yeah, and this is a little busted. This is why I need to do percentages for Mario so he scales. Like, where in the world? Okay, I'm glad it ends here now. But something's up with this image, and I think it has to do with height is auto. What if we did percentage? Greg says, looking forward to seeing what's up with the Mario project. It's going, but it hurts. Okay, all right, so we got this. This works now. But now we need to actually make Mario a proper sized boy, because it's like, for whatever reason, we can only see his head. And that's not how it is displaying. Oh, snap. I can't do that. Toonie says, I'm back once more. I swear I won't leave again. Toonie, it is okay to leave. You're allowed to take bathroom breaks. So on and so forth. Alright, so width here, let's actually, I'm going to set this to be a 68%. I think I might also set this stuff to be width, max content, minimum width, minimum height. Alright, so yeah, he still gets cut down there. Why? I have no idea. And I'm trying to think. I would like it to stay here. So do I need to... My thinking is maybe I crop this. And also the thing is, for whatever reason, I can't actually crop it. Maybe I push it down a little bit. Let's do negative 20. Preview. Oh my god. Sorry about the chat, guys. Uh-oh. I can no longer even see the chat anymore. Alright, so oh, okay. I think I got it. So this section stuff, I'm gonna set the, where is it? Position, but where is, alright, this is the image, go to section, position. Oh, I can't hide? What the hell? Nonde? Because the thing is like, why this is showing. Can I place this in a container? So I'm placing this in a container. I'm gonna make take this container. I'm gonna set this to 0. I'm gonna select the image now. I'm gonna do a -20 in that container. I think. Did it actually move something? It didn't. I'm confused. Huh. Because I was trying to... Let's see. Translate. Let's do -20. Why isn't it moving? My goodness. Well, that's the X. It's not moving on the Y. Can I even rotate this? Okay, rotating is fine. Alright, it will go up. But it won't go down. It literally makes 0 sense. Okay. Alright. Well, here is what I'm going to do, guys. I need to take a quick bathroom break. So, I will be right back. The tea has been brewing. And give me about like 5 minutes. I'll be right back, all right? Peace. Or don't go anywhere. Continue listening to music. You can go somewhere, obviously, not holding you captive, but I'll be back, all right? Tahir, what's going on, dude? I'm doing good, man. Just in case if I'll do this because you popped in, dude. I'm going to the bathroom, but what we are working on today is this beautiful baby right here. We are working on a nice little Mario Bros website. And I think, honestly, guys, today we might just stick with the desktop. And then maybe next week I will live stream doing the mobile version. Because today already is getting lengthy. We're already close to that 3 hours. So I'll be right back and see you in a bit. 5 minutes. Peace. All right, we are back. Thank you for the patience. My bladder was rolling. Okay, let's jump. Let's jump back into things. Okay, so Let me actually close some of these out, and let's get back into fixing what we have going on here. All right, so I want to refresh to see what's going on. Same thing, except this seems to have an immediate offset. Let me put this to the top. Let me preview. Yeah, what is going on, man? This really bothers me. The fact that the editor preview and the actual published site differential bothers me so much. Which is why I always look at the published one to be accurate, but it's very difficult when you're like in here and you're trying to visually edit. You know, this is one of the things, not on top of that, but like there's just other things where I'm just like, this is not a difficult task. But I'm like, why? Where are the things that are going wrong, right? So this is much better now. I'm very happy about this. We need to push this down because I'm happy about this now. I want to increase the size of Mario. So let's go back to edit. So Tahir, what's going on? How's your week going, man? I'm gonna set the height to 100%. Width, let's try 100%, see what goes on. And then this, I think I might just, for the container, I might just give a gap, honestly. Gap of like 25, maybe? We have this image, it's full scale, reset image. And let's see, maybe I can crop this. I don't understand, the crop is not working, guys. All right, let's just height set to 100%, publish. Let's see what's going on. All right, so he's cut off now. All right, this is what I'm gonna do. I am going to I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna delete this row. I'm gonna take Mario out of this. I'm totally just gonna set this to 50%. Max content, good. I'm gonna paste in our Mario. Make sure he's in the top piece here. Reset, I'm gonna set him to the bottom center. I might move him over just a little bit. Somewhere around there. All right, let's publish this. And I think I'm gonna set this to, this should be sticky. We're also gonna make Mario sticky. All right, let's do, I think this might mess some things up. I think they might smash into each other. Oh, let me see, let me actually look to see where. This is section. We have Mario. Button. Make sure scale proportionally is on Mario before resizing. Definitely. Thank you for the tip. Sometimes, yeah, I forget about this. Like, I'm just like, I feel like every time I mess with these, sometimes it unchecks this. I don't know. But I appreciate the tip, man. Alright, so this is fine. This we want. So I think we'll have to do an offset for this. For our man here. So sticky offset. Let's see. By 432. And let's do. Okay. Close. We're getting somewhere, guys. This is like literally what you guys are watching. Like, I'm actually curious. Do you guys go through the same thing while you guys are building stuff? Because like this is not even change when I'm actually doing design work, right? Like, it's typical for me to it's like new projects come with new challenges. Especially if you haven't, you're not 100% versed in those. All right, so happy with this. But I don't want it to scroll all the way here. I want it to stop. So I'm gonna shorten. I think the goal here then is to shorten the actual pipe. Either shorten the pipe or shorten this actual last section. And we've been trying to do that with this 90, right? All right, let's go back to setting it to 100. What if we did 110? Let's preview. And again, going back to my layers real quick, got to put the pipe. How did the pipe get in our container? Oh, we put it in a container. Okay, let's think. Because this is where I want it. I want this to be a little bit smaller. Let's just set this section again to, we'll just do 100. Preview. Tyler says my week was boring, got sick, and just trying to recover. My man, I'm so sorry that you got sick. That sucks, man. But I'm glad you're taking the time to recover and also hang out with us, man. I think this has been one of the first times that you actually hung out on a live stream. Wixfix says, can you add a bottom margin to the logo / play trailer container? I see what you're saying. Or you can have the button disappear behind the pipe and add buttons to pipe for buy ticket and play trailer. I like the fact that we can utilize this. I feel like the less is more, but I definitely like your margin idea. Let's go ahead, because this is how I'd want it, right? The only thing is we need to, I don't want this in the picture, this stuff up here. So I think what I'm gonna go ahead and do let me see. I think each section needs a little bit more breathing room between each. So I'm gonna go to gap real quick. I'm gonna do about like 30. Preview. All right, so this is good. Now we got to work on, I liked your idea. Let's see if actually adding margin to the bottom of this. Let's see, preview. All right. And also, let me think here. Because I think what we did with this section, it's 95, right? But let me see if I actually do. Let's send it back to 100. Okay, so let's go to preview. Boom. This will work. Almost. So what can we do? I feel like. I feel like the easiest thing to do would just be cut the page size here versus like there's just one more scroll, right? How do we get rid of that scroll? That's my thought. My only thought was like, oh well, just cut the size of this pipe. Or this is difficult. Let's do 98. And also another thing is like I'm in this container and I'm literally trying to move this image. There we go. And it keeps docking. 50. $70. Alright, this is the container. None. I'm trying to get this image literally outside of the container. There we go. Jesus. Or actually, I don't know if that even did it. Alright, well that works, but now it's too short. Alright, well let's... I'm literally gonna smack the wall. Alright, remove from container. Okay. How do we do this? I'm trying to think, do I just create, do I add a whole new container section? Quick add container, bring it to the bottom, scale it. It's like you feel my pain. I'm like I'm literally gonna slap something right now. And I don't. Let's see. Okay, this container. It's gonna have to have our pipe. And it is going to need to have, let me just put it at the bottom real quick. It's going to need to have this. Alright, and they're going to right align and top align very quickly, and the margin is going to need to be 8.5 from the right. Background, we're going to turn it down. And Ty here, to answer your question, my week has been pretty good. I have been super excited about building this, and I am now heavily struggling. To say the least. Okay, so this is where we want it. I just wish I could just... What is happening? Alright, so let me try to just let me pull this here. Nope, that's silly. Crop? Nope, that's the focal point. Where's the crop? Have you guys... What's going on with the whole crop? Anyways, alright, so what I'm going to do, we're in my layers. Okay, we have, I'm going to call this the bottom grid container. We have our text. We have our pipe. And what I want to do is I'm going to take this pipe. -50, please go. Thank you, Jesus. That's all I've been trying to do. And so with this container, now I can go to it and go into my overall overflow content, hit hide. There we go. That's all I've been trying to do. I was trying to do it with the other containers, and it wasn't allowing me to do it. There we go. Freaking perfect. So I'm just going to do, I'm going to start messing around with this. So -50, we're going to do -25 and try to find that perfect -30. Okay. But it's still taking us pretty far down. Like, I want it to stop here. So maybe what I do is I bring this down by 3. Bring this down. Preview. Alright, bring the release date down a little bit more. Alright, there we go. Sweet! So now all we have to do is bring this on top of our upmost section. Preview. There we go. Now let's publish. Let's see how broken this is. And then we will fix the things. Alright, so we already have issues with our buttons here. There's this big chunk of space here for whatever God's reason. This is nice and aligning. This needs to be fixed. So let's figure it out. But we're almost there, guys. This is literally, like, this is troubleshooting at its finest. This is how it works. And I'm a little, I want Mario to be showing. And I'm trying to figure out why he's not exactly, like, the full bit of him. Like, even these, right? Like, these are very flush to the bottom. And it's showing that here, too. Alright? And I'm trying to think. So let's click on this section. Oh, I already remember why. Because if we take this out, let's go to inspect. Let's take this out. Right. because this is negating. Oops. I don't know where it is, but there is. I probably don't want to delete that. This is being pushed because it has that banner up top. Here it is. Where is it, man? Maybe I'll just do whatever. But I had to keep an account for that 50 pixels. So I think what we're gonna do here is this 100% VH. I'm gonna go in and do a calculation. So it's 100% minus 50 pixels. Maybe that will help out. All right, so it helps out here. All right, let's go ahead and publish this, see what happens. But sometimes I totally forget about that banner, which it definitely takes into consideration. All right, so we fixed that, perfect. We got to fix our button now and kind of like how this is laying out. But, you know, this is good. So we just have to fix this button issue, get him down, and then we're good. And obviously, we'll probably take this out because we haven't really figured out how to utilize that. These, we'll figure out how to utilize those two as well. So, all right. But I'm happy we're good. Like, bit by bit, guys. We're getting there. Okay, so let's take this. So now I think this is like the... Okay. Oh, this has an offset. What if we set this to... I'm going to copy this. Or Control X. I'm going to set this to just 0. Okay. The thing is like, why does he go in smooth here and then just like this is just like no F's given? Think. So, all right. I think what I'm going to try to do here, we're going to have to do a little bit of math. So this guy is 12. I'm going to set this to a percent height. All right, with 39. Let's just go ahead and say 40. Oh, let's just set this to 12. I don't give a... All right, 12 width. All right, percentage 39%. It's about like, let's just say 40. Because what I want to do here, I think, maybe possibly. Rudy, all right, man, take it easy and have a good weekend, my friend. Manuel says, still waiting for the dark theme of Editor X. Should I hold my breath? You should probably... Well, because here's the thing. Dark mode is not a utility for... It's no value add. Yes, it helps the eyes and this, that, and the other, but I know it's been in the works. It's something that's being talked about, but I definitely wouldn't hold your breath because there's a lot of things in the works with Editor X. Exactly. So Wixfix, yeah, the offset is pixels. And what I was planning on doing, and I was like, okay, well, the reason that this is probably doing this is because it's like, oh, yes, it's 400 and some pixels from the top here to here. But because of the height here in preview mode is a little bit different, that pixel works. But I think what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to do the math of what is that percentage offset that keeps Mario exactly where we want him. So my plan was to calculate, okay, well, his height is minimum 40%. So we want to keep the rest of the 60% of that height occupied via the offset. That was kind of the idea. Bro. Kind of. I mean, it did it right at least, but my man is cut off. Let's go back here, reset, publish. Why is my man's? Okay, hold up. And I know it's because I set the minimum height. Let me just set that to none. Why? ¿Dónde? Auto. I can't think of why I would be doing that, guys. Okay. Well, now it's deciding not to do that. For whatever reason, I have no idea. Okay. So, this is good. It does leave a little bit of a space that we don't want. I'm trying to figure out what is that space. Maybe what we do... Should I even have this sticky? Should I just have this pinned to page and just like... And have the top be 60%. Oops. This is probably not the best way at all to be doing this. But I feel like this is kind of like an experiment that I really don't want to be doing. 24, 26, 27. Ugh. Yeah, we're gonna undo that. Let me see. I think you're right. So it's pinned. Let's do. All right. There you go. Thank you so much. Wix Fix, my brain right now is frying. Okay, so we have Mario. Let's go to our layers now. We have where is our, here we go. We are also going to have to, I believe, oh, this is where it gets funky. Okay. So, our pipe. Position, pinned, to page, at the bottom, on top of our Mario image. I don't know. Cause that's the problem, right? Because now this is probably gonna work really well. Like, see, it works perfectly, and you know he's right in there, and this works exactly how we want it to. But now, we need Mario to go inside here. So I'm trying to think. It should be. So if we had this pinned. First of all, why? I'm so lost. You should be able to unpin the pipe and move Mario under the pipe in the layer panel, right? So I think this keeps Mario, this pin keeps Mario there. That's what it means, pinned to page. It supersedes everything. So the only way for me to be able to do this is either to take the pipe out or to actually pin the pipe, which takes it, oops, I have to set it not to container, but I have to set it to, oh, let me do the section. No, that's not gonna work. Pinned, pin to page. Oh boy. So I'm like, why can't I unpin? Alright, container, section, bottom, please. Let me think. Because we pull him back to the top, right? He's gonna be up here. And let's do, can we do VH? Let's 100% VH. What's that look like? All right, he's pushed 100% VH. Let's do 95, or like 90 VH. 60, 40, 55. Let's do 58. Oh, then you can, Wixfix is saying, oh, then you can make Mario pin to the section and dock to the bottom and move him under pipe. Yes, so I can do that. So like right now I have Mario and the pipe pinned to the section. But I still have to have him. So like now, like for example, this is the only section I have. So I have to do, I still have to find like a numerical offset, right, to keep him in place. Right? So he's pinned to the section, but he's not sticky. Whereas if I pinned him to the page, he would actually stay there, right? So it's my brain, guys. Because I think this was like, I'm gonna undo a little bit. Like this was a really good solution. And I feel like we are like one step away from something, and I'm missing something. Maybe I don't need the text in this grid, so maybe I'll pull Control X, go to section, Control V. I'm gonna middle and right align this. Margin 8.8, 8.5. Alright, let me preview this again. Alright, I need to move this up. Okay. So, now that this is, all this is kind of free. Oh my god, did I put it back in the... I put it back in the freaking container that I didn't want it to be in. Alright. Pull out section, paste just in the section. Okay, thank you. I'm going to take this full, so it's text. I'm just going to pull into the last section here. I'm going to turn this off because as soon as I start to, actually, I think it'll be fine. So I'm going to take this text, center, right line, 8.5%. Preview. Okay. If I move it, okay, we'll be fine. Just move it up. There we go. And now what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to take this. I'm going to, first of all, reset image, scale proportionately, and then Let's go ahead and set it from sticky to pinned. Pinned to page. There we go. Oh, wait. Okay, taking this entire thing and then, oh, why can't, to pin this image, unstretch it on all breakpoints. Okay. It's doing some mad troubleshooting, guys. Drop this to the bottom. Center. So I'm going to take this entire bottom grid container. I'm going to make this pinned. That way, I'm going to pin it to the page. That way I can put it on top of, I'm about to call him Oreo. I can put him on top of Mario. Oh, this is difficult. And I wonder, what if I did like 500? What does that do? All right, so I'm gonna do something really weird. So I'm gonna undo like all of this. Okay. All right. So now what I'm gonna try to do, because if we publish this, what's it look like? This just need to be pushed up. So just 1, 2. Publish. And all right. So, still this issue here. Let's do one thing at a time. Let's focus on that. And I think this is where we were talking about where it was the offset of 60%. I have this docked to the bottom. But what if instead it was docked to the top? Oh, we're still previewing. Alright, at least that's consistent, right? So now we have this up top here. And one of the things I do want to check is we have this negative 50, okay? Need to think. Top offset still's the 60. What if we set this back to 100? Publish this. Okay, it's still because of the pixels. Let's switch to percentage. Need to figure out a way to literally get it to stick. Could you put Mario in a container that the size of the screen is 100% viewport width, viewport height, then pin that container to the section with 0% offset? But see, the thing is we still run into, how are we going to get him to be hidden by this? That's the whole thing. So in my mind, I'm like, the only way we can do that is we have them on the same plane. So we would need to do, if we pin Mario to the page, we would need to also pin the pipe. But one thing I will do is, if you guys see this, like, we need to go back to our calculation. If the container is pinned to a section. Alright, well let's try that. I still don't understand like why he is. I think this is an offset thing. Let's just, what if we did viewport height? I think this was viewport height. $90, $80. Let me try to do it like, oh, so this kind of works, right? So let's see if we can do this. Let's do 60. $60, $70. All right. Okay, there's something there. All right, now all I got to do is just move this up. So 1FR, I'm gonna set this to max content. Alright, let's actually figure out why that's happening. So width, we're gonna just set this to actual pixel size. $1FR, instead of 1FR, we're gonna set this to max content. Why is it doing that? Scale proportionately. No. Okay, so we're gonna do minimum width is 306. We're gonna set this to percentage 100. Minimum height. Auto. Okay. Oh, I'm messing up the frickin'. Let's set this to auto. There we go. Alright, we're getting somewhere, guys. We have this now, but now we need to just actually... Alright, that looks much better. Now we need to fix... There's an offset thing that needs to be fixed here. Alright, we got the offset. Alright, let's see what... If we take this to 0, let's publish this. I wonder what's making it start in the center here. And I actually don't even mind it being off in the center like that. That actually works out. What do you guys think? This actually, it kind of feels a little bit better, honestly. Versus being up here. What do you guys think? Because now what we can do, like this feels good. I think maybe if anything, what we could do is maybe set this to pixels. Maybe we can scale proportionally. Maybe we do 150. And set this to auto. Max content. I'm glad you guys are digging it. This has been a very interesting what's we call it, to say the least. Interesting live stream. Alright, Super Mario Bros. Alright, this is a little too big now. Oh, and plus I'm freaking in the editor. Let's actually view this. Alright. So I'll bring it down some. I'll do about like 50 here. Let's actually publish that. This is also a key reason, I think the majority of you guys know, but why it's so important to also I'm gonna put this in the offset now too. Please work. It's so important to review in the actual live site. All right, I'm gonna drop this down a little bit. Now the thing here is, this is gonna be a little funny. So we see that the margin here for top is 50. And the margin for this up top is 50, and so is the offset. Where's the offset? It's 50. Oh, that's because, okay. So I guess we have to take into account some of the, if we take a look at this, there is probably some extra space somewhere. So there's a little bit of extra space in there. and there's a little bit of extra space on top of these words. So maybe we're gonna have to like, I'm gonna push the release down by a little bit, maybe by like 5 pixels. We'll publish that. And what's going on, JT? Sorry on the call, but I like it. I'm glad that you're tuning in while on the call. I feel special. But what's it called? Yeah, I'm so glad we kind of like we pushed through this. This was very painstaking, guys. Like I knew it was possible. Now like I can go through and be like, all right, so this is how we did it. But I appreciate you guys sticking through with me on this. And I think, like you were saying, JT, it's sometimes I like to do a live check. It saves the day, and it definitely does. All right, I feel like I don't feel like this is moving at all. I feel like, let me try a percentage thing. Not sure if that's helping either. Let's try 62. I swear it's not moving, guys. Like I'm gonna move this sucker like 100. Alright, okay, 100, we'll do it like that. That's good. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and do the animation, and we're going to go ahead and actually make this a clickable and a true link. Okay, so first things first, easy thing that we can do is I am going to animate these things. So I'm going to bring them in from the left. So from left, float in from right. Oops. Float in from right. Float in from left. And this stuff, I think fade in or float in is pretty good. And I'm gonna do these from bottom, and I'm gonna do these a little bit on delay. So I'm gonna set these to like a 0.2. Next one, this is gonna be a float in from bottom. We'll do 0.4. So we give like 0.2 seconds delay between everything else. And Mario will be a 0.6 from bottom. From bottom, we'll do 0.6. And let's just preview this. Huh. I wonder if, let me publish this. I feel like this should come in first, and then these other things can come in, like just fade in. So I'm just gonna fade that, fade in, customize. I'm gonna also bring this in at like 0.8. Bring all these in at 0.8. And the reason I want to do that is kind of just I want the attention to be on Super Mario movie, play, trailer, Mario, and then everything else, like the other content, kind of fade in and not be so distracting. All right, so let's go ahead and publish this. That looks a little bit smoother. Let's redo it again. I think maybe we can do like a maybe what if we did like 1 minute or 1 second? Let's do a full second. See if I don't want too much to happen at one time, which I feel like is happening. And now for these, let's just check this top portion. There we go. We actually might even be able to delay it a little bit more, like 1.1.2. What do you guys think? How do you feel about it? 1, 2. That way you get to see Mario, you get to focus on him, and then like the other stuff slowly comes in, doesn't attract too much of your attention, but it's there. But the main attraction is Mario, the logo, to watch a trailer. All right, let me do that again. I think that's a little smoother. All right, so next, let's go down to these pieces. We're just gonna select the entire container. And I think, actually, what would happen if I did reveal? I wanna kind of do something like this. I wanna do a cascading effect, right? So I wanna do reveal, or actually float in from left. And then these, we're gonna do a little bit of a reveal. So we're gonna set this at 0, or the sub, we're gonna do a reveal. We're gonna set this at 0. Heading, we're gonna set this to 0.2, just again, more cascading. Or a staggered reveal rather. This will be 0.4. Okay, let's preview that. All right, so I think that is what we're going to do all across. So boom, this will be a float in from the right. Subhead will be reveal. Heading will be reveal, 0.2, delay. Paragraph, oh my goodness. Sorry about the chat, guys. All right. Reveal, customize, and this will be 0.4. Got one more. Fade in, float in from left. Boom. Reveal. Second one. One of the things that I wish we had, right, was the ability to like I said, make this a component where it's just like, boom, all right, this component has these animations, all those things, and all I need to do is I can carry that throughout the website. And I have a component that I can use anywhere on any website that has the animations, and all I need to do is just change the assets or the text. Like, that would be absolutely dope. Oops. What do you guys think about that? Would that be of use? And then here, set last things. We're gonna set this to reveal. Reveal 0.2. Reveal 0.4. And I think this, you know, I kind of just like, you know, how the pipes kind of animated from, you know, they kind of come out the ground or whatever in the video games. We will do a float in from bottom. Or maybe not a float in. What is it? Because we don't want it to. No. Maybe we want to glide in, but from the bottom. Yeah, kind of like that. Duration. Oh, distance. What in the world? Alright, so we're going to set this to like 300. So it goes from like not being in the page, comes up. Duration. Do about like 1 second. There you go. Alright, let's publish that. Let's view the site. If you added animations before adding the site assets, would it then keep animation styles too? Haven't tested it. You know what? That's a really good question. Let me actually see. So let's take this, let's duplicate it. So I guess it does hold it. The thing is though, is how do I take these? Oh, well, I guess I can. I guess I would save this as an asset. No, I guess that's how it works. I don't know what I was thinking. Maybe I'm just tired, guys. Maybe for some reason, well, the thing is also, right? So this is kind of what I mean. So let's say all these assets are the same, right? I've duplicated all three of them. They have all the same things. But if I go ahead and I actually, like if I change the animation on this, like because I find it's better, that means I have to go to every single one of the duplicates. And I have to make those changes versus like there being a universal thing. Whereas like for basically masters, right? If I change one instance of the master, that will change everywhere else. But I can't actually, you know, these assets, I can save as assets, but I can't save them as masters, which I would love to actually be able to do. Yeah, so I hope they extend masters or the component sort of things. All right. I'm happy with this, guys. I think I'm trying to think. Because I know this buy ticket thing here is cool and all, but what if we just had them both there? Like, I think that would make a lot more sense to have it there versus this thing up here. So I'm gonna make a duplicate of this. I'm gonna delete this new page down here. Yeah, classes are something. I mean, I even think like whether it's classes or not, because when you add classes, you're starting to get into like, you're starting to touch code stuff. But as designers, like we work with components, right? So if we're dealing with a design library, masters are basically like a design library, but for right now, they're just working on sections, right? Headers and footers. But if you add assets that are able to be masters, you now are utilizing what designers use in their design files. It's how we think. But when you start, when you start doing other things, it's like you're getting into code territory. But yeah, I think I'm going to move both of the buy tickets, play trailer. I'm going to duplicate this page. Let's call it V2. And so here, what we're going to do is I'm going to just cut this. I'm going to place it in here, make sure it's in the second bit here. I'm going to take this width and I'm going to set this to about like 50%. Whoa, okay. Let me set this to fixed pixel width. Set this to 50. Let me go ahead and center this. Make sure it's still in the top portion. This I'm going to set to the left. Center align, set it to the right. And I'm actually going to place these puppies into containers. So I'm selecting both of these, place in container. I'm going to do a 1x2 or a 2x1, just like this. And I am going to set this container to both the left, max content. Left one, max content, and then I'm just going to add a gap. Do 50. Or we'll do 25. Perfect. We'll center that. All right, so now what we need here, this, I'm setting this to max content. There we go. All right, so now this, right? We have one FR, we have it width of 50%. We're gonna set this to max content, easy day. And now let's publish this. And I'm gonna set this to home. And thanks, what's it call it? Wix Fix, I appreciate it, man. We like together. I think we together did this website, low key, because a lot of your idea, like just brainstorming and kind of trying to figure your stuff out, like you were invaluable, dude. Okay, so I think what I want to do is I want to move this menu over here, or maybe I want to move something. I feel like there still should be some sort of thing up here. I'm curious if I should take these and move them up here so it's like a Nintendo plus illumination thing. Because I feel like now these are kind of like in a weird spot. I don't know. What do you guys think? Wixfix says, yeah, it's code territory, but EditorX is the professional platform, so the addition of more pro tools would be great. Masters would kind of be the same idea as classes, but worded for designers. Yeah, I mean, I have no problem with them doing both, right? For me personally, like, they already had the functionality of masters. Like, just extend it. Just extend it to, what's it call it? Just extend it to other, other groups of content. So I'm gonna place these in a container. I'm gonna do a 2x1. I'm going to just set both of these to like max content. Oh, oops. Alright, I'm going to center these, or I'll just top align them. This I'm going to set to max content. Perfect. I'm going to remove, it looks like there's some padding or something. There we go. Get this minimum height out of there. And it looks like we have, I'm going to set this to max content as well. Wix, I'm not even gonna lie to you, dude. Like, this was not just me. Like, I was ready. I was be like, guys, I'll finish the rest next week. So when I tell you your input has been immense into keeping me going, I'm not lying to you. So thank you so much. I appreciate your wisdom, dude. All right, so max content, this width 100. So I'm gonna set these to like at what? I'm gonna set this to an actual pixel size. I do not know though. All right, let me Control Z. Okay. So I'm going to set this container to not be max content. I'm going to set this to a pixel size so that I can set these to 100%. But why does it disappear? Think. So Omni, yes, you can set sections as masters, but literally, like, I only have one section in this entire thing, right? So what would be even better would be like, okay, I have this asset. We're not only using this on the home page, we're actually using it on, you know, pretty much all the pages that are using text. Like we're kind of like creating cards, right? So it would be much more efficient to, I think it's great that we have masters as headers, footers, and sections to kind of have as like building blocks, but to be able to create our own assets, like atoms for the pages that we want to build. That way we can have our little mini Legos, and as we build up pages, then we can save the sections as masters too. So being able to save the Legos themselves, but also being able to build to save the large things that we build with our Legos is like super powerful. But Greg, yeah, so far so good. I'm glad you were able to fix the issue. Yeah, dude, like I was struggle bussing. Teamwork makes the dream work, man. Like I can't say it enough. All right, so height is 27. Let's get illumination. Let's hit that with 27. Oops. But let's actually make it so. I'm just gonna pull it. All right, so this row, I'm gonna set this to max content, please. Oh, this stuff is getting cut. Let me refresh. There's something's wrong. Site looks great so far, says Omni. I love the movie challenge idea. I'm glad, man. Like, or, you know, I'm glad you find the challenge something of interest. You know what I mean? Did the opacity? Oh, how did this get dropped? Oh, that's the background image opacity. I have no idea how that got dropped. Okay, I think I'm gonna add another. Let me come in here and let me set the width to max content. Minimum, none. I think I'm going to. Let me just go ahead and just place this. right, what is the top and bottom here? We're looking at almost 5%. And I think I also want to add, I'm going to add one more. So another column, apply. I'm going to put illumination in the rightmost, Nintendo in the leftmost. And I'm going to add a little bit of a text block. Quick add, title. I'm just going to add plus. And also, I wanted to ask Omni, are you planning on, what's it call it? Are you planning on embarking on said challenge, my good sir? Or madam? I actually don't know, so I apologize in advance. And I think I actually might want to do a, instead of a text, I'm gonna center line. And I'm going to do max content here. There we go. I'm going to center. And we're going to take this top section here. We're going to set this width to max content so it fits that plus. We're going to go back and do the same thing with our left and right. Okay. I'm going to just remove the margin that we have, if any. Or actually we don't need, I'm just going to center it just like this. It's pretty easy. I was wondering where all that extra space was coming from, and I was like, oh, the plus, it has a little bit of invisible stuff going on. Now this illumination is bothering the hell out of me with that N. It's like cut off. But I'm not sure what I can do about that. And I don't have that adjust button for whatever reason. Let's move this back over here. Okay, let's publish this. Man, we're going for about 4 hours, guys. All right, so we have, oh man. Let me refresh. So we got to do the animation of this. Things are a little slow. And I really want a larger delay in that. So let's go down here, animate. Because I want Mario to go down, right? And then eventually. So we'll give him about 2 seconds. Let's go ahead and fix these animations over here. So I'm just gonna close these, none. I'm gonna just select the entire thing, and I'm gonna select fade in. And I believe we did 1 second, like 1.2 or something, right? Yep, 1.2. I think I'm just gonna disable what should this be? Like, I have a feeling that this should be at the top, right? And then sticky, what does that do? Let's do pinned to right, so that stays there. I was thinking if it was instead sticky. Omni says, to be honest, I'm not sure, but not because of lack of interest. Very busy lately, but I'm trying to get one in. Regardless, I can't wait to see the results of everybody else's sites. Me neither, my friend. And hey, listen, it's good to be busy. So I'm glad for you that you're able to have moments of busyness and really just, doing your thing. When you're free and you've got time, we'll be here. All right, let me see. Well, let me just check overall kind of what's going on. So boom, we got to fix this buy button. Let's go ahead and do that first. So this comes in. It floats in at 0.4. From bottom, we'll also do 0.4. And I want to think, so if we have this container, we're going to have an offset 50%. Let's just do 25. Or let's just do that. And just remove the offset. Okay, so this is about 12% from the top, so we're gonna go to offset 12%, preview. Let's actually go to publish and see what's going on. All right, that was a little slow. So we're gonna set that to about 1. One second, publish. And I feel like the time in which all this stuff writes on is really slow. So duration, maybe like literally a second for all this stuff, or even 0.5. Let's try 0.6. All right, let's just check that one last thing. I think we can. I'm not sure if I like it to have. What do you guys think? Animated or not? I like when he just goes into the hole via like the scroll. But the animation, I think is like overkill. And I like the speed of this. Hold on one second, guys. Give me a second. My bad. All right. So let me see. So let's try to do. I'm still not happy about this cutoff over here. I guess we'll fix that at another time. But boom here. And let's do these 0.6s. So I'm just gonna set this to 0.6. Oh, these are cascading. My goodness. Ugh. All right, I'm gonna leave it at this, guys. So last things I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change the hover of this stuff. So instead of this, we're gonna get that red. Maybe we'll make it maybe a little bit lighter or something. And we'll go ahead and do that. So if we preview, oh, I'm tripping, guys. All I need to do is customize, and I need to just change the duration, not the freaking delay. So let's go ahead and try that. Delay 0.6 or duration 0.6. The delay will be fine. So let me go ahead and preview this. I'm gonna that's a little bit faster. Okay. 0.6. 0.6, 0.6. Just making sure. Okay. I think I also probably should do the same thing for these, like the pictures, because they coming in slow. All right, 0.6, 0.6, 0.6. All right, publish. And before I do that, I'm going to make this a hover state. So interactions, add trigger on hover. We are going to make a custom one. So I am going to, inside of this, I'm going to select, actually no, the container's fine. I am just going to translate this up 5 pixels. No, not Z or X. Translate this up -5 pixels. Done. And let's preview. So got that, and I'm gonna kind of do the same to the buy buck ticket thing. So here, effects, add effect, or let's do a hover. Buy ticket self, apply an effect. We're gonna do another custom one. I'm just gonna call it effect 1, and I'm gonna do the same thing. And the Y is -5. Done. Publish. Woo! All right, still need to fix this, but much faster with the load of everything. And Mario's. I think that's good to go. I'm gonna close this off though. I'm gonna just, we have not found a way to figure out how to do that. And the adjustments of these, maybe if I do 28 and 110. I don't know. I guess I just exported them as like a negative number, essentially, which I have a bad habit of doing. So I'll just need to export this again, because essentially it's just like there's like pixel clipping. I think Ari was telling me about that. But other than that, guys, we have our website. I don't know. I still like the fact when I scroll. So I'm gonna go ahead and take this off of animation. I'm just gonna set it to none. Publish that. Very nice. I'm happy about this, dude. All right, so we also have the interactive menu, and if we want to actually turn this into a button pretty easily, all we gotta do is set this. Let me do, we got our container. I'm just going to quick add a button that is 100% height and 100% width of that container. Oh, added padding here. Let's see if we can add margin instead of padding. Alright, so I'm actually going to leave that and this 100. I'm going to do 150, 120. Alright, there we go. Turn the background off. No text. Hover, make sure that there's 0 there. And all I need to do is just make sure to set this to Web address, we'll just set it to... send it to the trailer. Let me see. Now, if we did have more time, obviously I would not be linking it like this. I would actually like to do a light box. Does the hover effect still work with a button on top? It should. Let me see. And if not, what I'll do, preview. Yeah. So if the button doesn't work, usually what I'll do. Oh, and so the button actually isn't on top. The button is inside of the container, and I've put all of the hover effects on the container. The button is inside of the container, which just acts as a acts as the link. All right, so let me think real quick. Preview. There was something I wanted to change, and I forgot. Oh, it was the light box. I forgot, honestly, how to add a light box. Button, link, light box. Create your own light boxes and link them to any place on your site. Okay, cool. Well, where's the light box? Compositions, assets, quick add. I know there are, let's go to contact forms and media. I'm glad you think it's smart, Omni. It definitely helps for sure. All right, contact forms, decorative, buttons, layout tools. Light boxes, here we go. So I'm gonna go ahead and just use this light box. I'm gonna delete this and delete everything over here. And I am actually going to make this a 1 out of 1. I'm gonna set this to be a width of, we'll do 80. Or no, we'll do 50. Height, we will do 60. And within this, I'm going to go ahead and quick add. I am going to add a video player. I'm going to scale that. And I'm going to add our YouTube video. Like that. Auto plays. Okay, let's go ahead and give this a try. So publish. Yeah, light boxes is where it's at. Let's just see if it actually works out. Wait, I didn't click the button. Okay, so I think what we need to do is this whole light box. Don't display it right now. Oh, okay. We're done editing the light box. But where is the light box? Okay, we're gonna go to play, link, lightbox, choose page, promo, done, publish. Okay, wait. So this should not be playing immediately. We need to figure out where the light box went. Where did it go? You know what I mean? Like, how did I'm at a loss. I'm like, where did I edit it? Oh, you right. All right. So, but I'm like, thank you, Omni. I appreciate that. But I'm like, why is it popping up? Set triggers. Do not auto display. I'm gonna just delete that. Lightbox, set triggers. No, did not. All right, cool. So let's do this now. Publish. Thank you so much, Omni. See, this is like why it's so good not to like design in a vacuum. Play trailer. All right, cool, sweet. Now I could totally fix this, right? But there we go. All right, to buy the ticket jump. I don't know what this would go to, but I'm really happy with this, guys. It took a lot of hard sweat and tears. Let's go ahead and refresh one more time. We get that nice little animation show off. I know everything is kind of still like there's no copy, right? But listen, I am so excited that we were able to do this. I think next week the game plan is to make this mobile. But I want to thank you guys for hanging out and really just sharing in, you know, not only this, but helping me actually to get through it too, and kind of like we're brainstorming together to be like, is this the way? Is that not the way? I do think, and I do wish that we had a little bit more of a more quality photo for back here. I think maybe we might, you know, what's we call it? We might actually try to edit it to see if we can get or maybe even blur it a little bit, you know? I think maybe the things that we will try to do is, let's just try to make this little change real quick, because we do have like a super blurred background too. We did have that as an option. So I'm just going to take this. Go to my layers. Okay, and we're just gonna export this. Make sure to call it blurred. I am so sorry about the chat, guys. Like these guys are getting more and more slick. about the words that they're freaking using.
And even though I know I have the time to give, the pain will go away and dry the hidden tears. I chose to love you more because heart breaks my flame. That girl
I need to like literally screenshot the words that they're using so that I can actually
this time I'm finding peace in my sorrow that I keep. And all I have is
keep them out of stuff using the blacklist. All right, so let's go to image. Let's change image here. I'm gonna upload another one. We have our masked. Oh, did I turn off the? Nope, it's right there. Control E, export. Where is it? Oh, here it is, the blurred one. Let's see what it looks like with the blur. But JT, you totally should start streaming. I really think that it's like... And also, one of the things, I'm not sure if I showed you guys, but we now have... Oh, what just happened?
and every day I find you somewhere in my music. Pulling memories in my head.
I think that's a little too blurred.
In a fairy tale where everything is lucid. Every part of me knows that this girl is. And on and on and on, you are living in my song. In this world we have a baby, nothing can go wrong. I wake up from this dream and the pain kicks in.
Yeah, too blurred, man.
Version of reality is thin.
We need like one degree less. But I do like let me actually try this. So let's go here. But actually, I wanted to show you guys something. So in our Discord, we actually have design and chat, general voice, and work and chill. Some people have been popping into work and chill and literally just sharing they're literally just designing and they're live streaming their work, their screen, and just working and hanging out. Some people during the week in design and chat, they are working on whatever they're working on and just live streaming in there, and you know, people pop in and hang out. So if you guys ever want to do that, other than like where it's a little bit more like private live stream and you know people who are there to help you, you know, feel free to do that. So I'm going to go, I'm going to duplicate this, another one. So I'm going to go in here, go to the background image. I'm going to edit in Photoshop. All right, so I am I'm gonna Control J. I'm gonna mask, filter, blur, Gaussian blur. Oh, whoops. Filter, Gaussian blur, actually making sure that I have the correct. I think that's okay. Let's try that. Control S. Let's go ahead and try to blurred V2. Let's go ahead and export this. Change image. Let's go to V2. It's a little something, right? I mean, it's not the best. Kind of like the first version a little bit better. That actually looks like trash. Oh, okay. Honestly, I think we're gonna go back to just the first version. I know it's a little pixelated, but I like the level of detail, and then it gets blurred as it goes down. I feel a little bit more like I'm in the world, but I don't know. We'll play with this as we go on. So really happy about this. Got the trailer, the what's gonna call it to work, the light box. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. So I am going to turn off my camera very quickly so you guys can get a full look at what we've got here from top to bottom. So I'm gonna refresh again so we get our animations. Boom, boom, boom. Nice little animations here. Boom, pow. We have him in our little, what's it called? Oh, for some reason now this isn't. Oh, ho, ho, ho. That was odd. So there's the little bug. This must be a pretty big container down here. This must be blocking. I think this needs to be. Oh boy. I think I can bring this over top. The buttons need to be over top this so I can act. Oh, what? All right, there we go. So the reason that this was an issue is this pipe container was overshadowing the button. So essentially just had to move this whole container on top of the pipe container so I could actually click it down here. So, all right, guys. That's it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys enjoyed this. I know I did. I didn't think I was. It's always nice to be like, all right, I didn't even know that I was going to be able to do this, to actually being able to do it. And I level up just by trying new things and like literally failing live with you guys. And hopefully you guys learn something too, because you're definitely teaching me. So I hope you guys dug this. Next week, I guess the plan is to make this into a tablet and mobile experience as well. So I hope you guys join for that. If you want to follow along in that, join our Discord link down in the description. And yeah, if you want to join the challenge as well, you guys can pick any movie that you want, or even kind of make up a movie. Like if you like a certain game or a certain type of thing and you're like, well, there's no movie for it, literally make the website and just have fun with it. So all right, guys, I hope you have an amazing Friday, an amazing weekend, and I will see you in the Discord and we'll hang out soon. All right, and don't forget about Wednesdays in our Discord. We spend 5 hours from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. talking to you guys about EditorX, design, business, freelance, and just answering your questions technically, and yeah, spending time helping you guys get better and, helping each other grow a little bit each and every week. So hope you guys enjoy, take it easy, and talk to you guys very soon. Brandon Groce out.